Wednesday.
And it actually succeeded. We are now live on YouTube. And I apologize to everyone for the delay that I just caused. I'm your back-end tech host, so I will be going away right now. And it's a great pleasure for me to introduce the real MC for today, John Krakauer. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Conrad, and to you and the organizers, to Chris, for having such a wonderful new concept of a conference and being big believers in inclusion and diversity. I'm here just to set the stage, and then I have absolutely wonderful new friends and old friends who very kindly agreed to be on the panel. And just to give you an idea of the format, I'll just give a brief introduction to myself and the ideas that we'll be talking about, and then everyone here will speak about their own experience and what they think about the whole notion of queer neuro. And then after this first hour, there'll be a spillover into another hour where we will chat with other people in the audience and amongst ourselves. So that's the general loose format. When Conrad suggested this, and I got to speak in particular with Daniel and Keela, we sort of realized that the LGBTQ plus community as a minority occupy a slightly different space and have their own unique stance, and sometimes get left out of the equation. And we wanted to discuss a little bit why that might be, and how one can situate oneself in the conversation about minorities in neuroscience in particular. And I think one thing that came up is that there's this notion of passing, that unlike in other minorities, if you want to, you can act straight and disguise yourself and just get on with your work. And that leads to the idea that it's not such a big deal. You've been accepted, especially in academia. There are these liberal bubbles. But I don't think it's as simple as that. That's what we all discussed before we came on. And I think the way I was thinking about how to explain the example is to go outside of the sort of notion of underrepresented minorities and just talk about cars. You could easily say that a car is just something that gets you from A to B. What's the big deal? But if you immediately start thinking about it, there's a vast economic and cultural enterprise centered on something simple like a car. The suburbs, gas stations, the oil industry, drive-ins, necking in the back of the car. A simple thing can lead to an immense cultural ideology associated with it, which if you don't think about it, you don't notice. And I would say that straightness and heteronormativity is like that. It's so vast. It has so many cultural ramifications and assumptions and built-in, baked-in ideological practices that it's like what David Foster Wallace said to the fish. The fish say to each other, it's water. You don't notice. And straightness can be like that. And in a way, passing can be, in my view, an agreement to act out that dominant way of being. Okay, it may not be, but I think it is. All right. And so I feel like we need to do more than just respect the dominant ideology and conform to it as the terms by which we'll be accepted. All right, play our game and you can be in. All right. So I think the term queer is more than just that. It's a countercultural term. It is an alternative worldview. It's a different way of seeing the world. Okay, there are many different favorite singers, favorite authors, favorite places. There's an entire cultural edifice that comes along with being queer, in my view. All right, and you never get to talk about it. You never get to incorporate it into your job workplace necessarily. Okay, and for straight people, for the white heteronormative world, the idea that you're just being neutral, that you're not bringing anything cultural to the table at work, in my view, is simply false. You are. Okay. And I will give you just some examples that have happened to me, which is I have been on sort of recruitment, committees, where what does come up is if there's any flamboyance on the part of a faculty member, any sissy-like behavior, it gets commented on with varying degrees of explicitness. I was on one faculty recruitment committee where that was brought up explicitly. They're not very assertive. Okay, I remember one faculty member told not to be as flamboyant as he was being while at work. So I would maintain that the acceptance into the dominant ideology would not be so welcoming if, for example, you began to wear a little bit of lipstick as a male faculty member, a little pearl earring, right? Then suddenly it wouldn't be so okay, in my view, right? There are, obviously, we are coastal institutions represented today. It's East Coast, West Coast. I'm not so sure if one was on the faculty in Alabama or Mississippi that it would be so easy, necessarily. I definitely know faculty members who still do not want to come out. So I would say passing may just be about privacy, but I'm skeptical. It also deprives the younger generation of visible role models and countercultural injections into the scientific program itself, because I believe having different cultural perspective, different world trajectories actually brings innovation to the science itself. So I'd like to think that the underrepresentation of out queer and trans leaders in neuroscience both deprives the younger generation of role models, and I think it actually deprives it of scientific innovation itself, because differing perspectives have knock-on effects. And I don't think things are as benign as some people think, because they are benign if you agree to pass. And I'll stop there. And there was an order that we agreed to, and I actually have forgotten it. So I think it was Keela next. Sorry about that. All right.
Hi, I'm Kayla Singleton. I'm a postdoctoral fellow at Emory University. I earned my PhD from Georgetown in May of this year, and I'm a Black queer developmental neuroscientist. One of the main reasons that I wanted to do this panel was one, because Daniel asked, and I haven't learned that special balance that faculty members have of saying no to people when you're busy, but this is also something I feel really passionately about. I think for people that know me or follow me on Twitter, I've been really vocal and open lately about who I am as a person and my personality and the way that I feel about my Blackness and my queerness. But oftentimes it feels like I have to choose between fighting those two battles. So do I stand up for Black people and Black scientists in the field and within the community, or do I try to talk more about LGBTQ plus issues? And one of the ideas that I've really tried to challenge myself and other people in my circles to do is to understand the importance of intersectionality, that my whole experience as a Black queer woman contribute to my story and my history and my journey and the way that I view life, but also the way that I view science. So I attended an all-women's college for my undergraduate degree, Agnes Scott College, and it was in Atlanta, Georgia. And it was one of the most transformative experiences for me. It taught me to be emboldened and confident and supported 100% of my identity. And when I was looking for graduate programs, it was really important to me that there were queer people in my graduate program, but also that queerness and LGBTQ plusness, that it was celebrated, not just that it was there, but that people were proudly and confidently out, that they felt like they could discuss their personal histories and their family and their relationships the way that you do with friends and colleagues. And so I found that in Georgetown because I loved the people and the science, but it was also a community that uplifted me in all aspects of who I was. And I think John is right. Over time, you can become really sort of complacent in the way that you have to get through science, right? Like I have so many things to do. I do not have time to have deep discussions about all aspects of my life and who I am. But I've learned through my graduate training and now in the start of my postdoctoral training that people need to hear those stories. They need to see and hear from us, and they need to see and hear from us, but also for us to talk about the struggles and the difficulties. I've had many instances where I've come out or just talked about my partner at the time, who was a woman, and the questions that I get and the looks that I get in the comments are sometimes just so aggressive, and they cross the line of like personalness, right? Like if my best friend wants to ask me about my partner, that's one thing. But if we've met at a conference and I've known you for 30 seconds and you're asking about my sex life, that's another thing. I don't need that. So there is that line of respectability. But I also think for me, talking about these issues and having this big discussion is important so that younger generation of scientists can see that these things are possible, right? That you can be fully confident and authentically yourself in a space as flamboyantly, as quietly as you want to be, and you can be successful and do all of the things that you want. And so that's what I'm trying to work on at Emory and at Agnes, and in my scientific community as a whole. I want people to feel supported and cherished for who they are, but I also want them to see that greatness reflected in other people's eyes so that they know that their dreams are achievable. So it's not just about the diversity and increasing the number of LGBTQ plus people in academia. It's about giving them representation and holding people accountable when things go wrong and people treat them poorly, that there are repercussions for those actions, and that students can feel confident that their university and their departments and their labs care for them. So that was my spiel.
John, you're currently muted.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it was Bruno next. Thanks, Yukila. That was wonderful.
Okay. Hello, everybody. First of all, thanks to the organizers for putting together a Neuro match, and thanks to the organizers of this panel for putting this together. Talking about being gay is not something I'm accustomed to doing in public, and in fact, this I think is the first time. I talk a lot about it with my friends and so forth, but it's not something I've normally talked about in public. And I just tell you a little bit about my own experience. I grew up in had a rather conservative upbringing, and grew up in Southern California in Huntington Beach in Orange County, and from a somewhat conservative family, I guess, at least by Berkeley standards. So that really, I think, made it difficult for me to come out when I was young, and it's something I struggled with a lot through my 20s. And but when I finally did come out, I was very fortunate to have very loving parents who were very supportive and were able to accept me. But I did, and I'll just maybe sort of give you a few experiences from that time. And certainly in terms of the peer pressure I had with other friends and so forth, and family friends, I think the talk of that, sort of growing up in the 70s and 80s, that it was definitely communicated that being gay is something you should not do in life, and it's just definitely a bad route. And I think from the professional side, when I was in college, I very much aspired to be an engineer. And so I worked for 3 summers at Hughes Aircraft as a summer intern in the artificial intelligence lab, which is a experience I very much enjoyed. But at the same time, around that time, that was early 1980s, people who were, if you were gay, that was certainly people would be routinely fired for being gay, and in a sense for the worst possible reason, because it was assumed that you were so ashamed of yourself that you were deemed to be a security risk because you could be blackmailed. So these were very powerful messages, I think, at that time. And but fortunately, that was a long time ago. That was nearly 40 years ago. And we live in a different world now. And I think we're all really blessed to live in a more enlightened society. Of course, there's still, ways to go, but I think definitely progress. As a neuroscientist, I have to say that I've gotten nothing but experienced nothing but really universal support from my colleagues, from my friends, from students in the 25 years that I've been a neuroscientist, that I've been a faculty member. At least from my own experience, has been a very positive one. Maybe the only experiences along this in terms of discrimination or homophobia were like when I travel sometimes to places overseas in a foreign country. In one case, my hosts, the people who were hosting my visit, were making homophobic comments. But I think that was, I kind of attributed that to a very strong cultural difference. I don't think they meant to be offensive, but that was. I think it's been relatively rare, I have to say, for the time I've been a faculty member. At the same time, I think I have to acknowledge I live in somewhat of a bubble. So for a lot of the time that I've been at Berkeley, I've lived in the Castro in San Francisco. I run with an LGBTQ running group. And today I live with my partner here in Berkeley. We're very much warmly accepted, welcomed by our neighbors here. So that's all great, but I was reminded, by, so at least for the orbit that I've been in, it's been a very positive experience, I would say. But I was just reminded, the other day by Joni that that it's not that way everywhere, and so I think this is definitely a big issue for a lot of the young people in our field who are going out and seeking faculty positions, trying to find a place where an environment where they're going to be accepted is, not every place is like this. And so I'm very fortunate in that respect. I do have just two remarks I want to make from the scientific side about being gay in neuro. And these are just things I often think about in terms of my own being gay and as a neuroscientist. And one is that biology is a freak show. And so what I mean by that is just if you look around the animal kingdom and the variety of courtship behaviors and so forth, it's just stunning, kind of the varieties that we see out there. And so, for example, I study vision, and one of the animals I'm really fascinated with is jumping spiders because they have these absolutely amazing visual systems. But another amazing attribute of these jumping spiders is their courtship behavior. And so in this case, the males do an amazing dance for the females. They raise their legs up. They sort of wiggle back and forth in a very particular way. And the female is checking them out. And if the dance is good enough, and it has to be just right, some of them are very fussy. She'll accept him. They copulate. If he's not, she may eat him for lunch, for a meal, right? So this is biology's freak show. I mean, there's just, so much amazing and bizarre stuff out there. It's been going on for 500 million years in the case of the jumping spiders. We humans are a product of that freak show. And it's a really wonderful thing. And so I think maybe one lesson I get from that is that there's no point trying to be normal, that biology doesn't celebrate normal. So we're all freaks as humans, as products of this freak show. We're all kind of freaks in our own way, and we should celebrate that. And so the second, is as neuroscientists, a lot of us, we're studying the neural basis of behavior. And who didn't go into neuroscience because you were fascinated by the question of like, how do I work? How does my brain work? Why am I the way I am? And, again, as someone who studies vision, vision is a huge part of who you're attracted to. So there's so many fascinating questions in there, So my soon-to-be colleague at Berkeley, Doris Tsao, discovered these face patches in the infratemporal cortex. One can only wonder what's going on in those face patches, in my brain as opposed to your brain. And people like Simon LeVay have been poking around in places like the hypothalamus, finding certain nuclei there that are indeed, the size correlates with homosexuality in men. So these are just, small beginnings, so I realize that's just one study, and I realize it's also somewhat controversial, but to me, I think it's just a fascinating question, and it's an important part of understanding who we are. So anyways, I think that's my, those are my comments.
Thank you very much, Bruno. That was wonderful. And Joni, you're up.
Okay, my name's Joni Wallace. I'm a neuroscientist at UC Berkeley. I'm a trans woman, and I came out, about 6 years ago now, and about 4 years ago in science. So I just wanted to comment on a few of the things that the other panelists have said so far. So I do think that science has this strange dichotomy where it's both politically very liberal, and yet the institution itself is deeply conservative. And that's why I think race and gender and sexuality are such difficult things to deal with within science. I also think it's why we're sort of blinded. We all know that all our colleagues are politically liberal, and we sort of give them a free pass on a lot of the discrimination that the minorities end up facing. The other difference, of course, when you're trans is that you don't get a choice as to whether or not you keep this in the closet. At least once you decide to transition, when you come out, it's like you're coming out to 30,000 neuroscientists. So I definitely noticed that when I was transitioning, I noticed how much my gender was policed. Transition is a very gradual process where, the first step is literally still very much biologically looking like a man, and yet you're wearing makeup, beginning to wear makeup, beginning to wear women's clothes. And yeah, there were tons of comments from faculty that were essentially policing my gender. Comments like, are you having a midlife crisis? Are you thinking of, are you becoming a new romantic? Are you, my nails were getting longer. Are you learning to play the guitar? So, that's just some of the it's not necessarily, well, it is a form of discrimination. It's a discrimination against being a femme presenting man. I also recognize that how much this did affect my my science over the years. Just to sort of touch on the what Bruno was talking about. I grew up in the north of England in the 1980s. It was not a very welcoming place to be gay. Trans did not even exist. That was not something that you could even conceive of. And I knew I wasn't gay, but I also, by the age of 12, was a closeted crossdresser. And I did psychology in part to try and understand myself. And I remember when I was an undergraduate, furtively tracking down a book about cross-dressing, which of course was in the abnormal psychology section of the library. And it explained to me that there were two types of cross-dressers: those who feel like women trapped in men's bodies, and perverts. And so I didn't feel like a woman trapped in a man's body. So you just I was just like, okay, I'm a pervert. And that then sets you up for a long life of shame and staying in the closet. So I eventually came out at the age of 40. I began to realize that this was something that I needed to deal with. A lot of those feelings through my 20s and 30s. I mean, I study decision making, compulsive behavior, and addiction, and that was definitely because that was how I conceived of my cross-dressing. I didn't think of it as a gender disorder. So I came out in my 40s. You know, I ended up getting divorced, and one of the biggest surprises to me when I transitioned was when the first man hit on me. I thought to myself, gosh, you know, I quite like that. I was expecting to date women after my transition, but it turned out I was straight before my transition, I was straight after my transition. So I now have a boyfriend. I've been with him for 2 years. And at this point, you know, there are some new challenges to be faced for me to face. We'll go out for dinner, me and his 2 kids, and I just feel so heteronormative. So I'm beginning, you know, in my actual life, I'm losing. There is distance now between me and the queer community, even though I need the queer community for its, you know, empathy and political support, and yet in my day-to-day life I've become extremely boring. So that's my intro. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Joni. I love you. It's Daniel next. Daniel, please.
Hello, everyone. I'm Daniel. I'm a graduate student at Columbia University, 4th year now, and I'm also the founder of Queer Neuro. And so I guess some small background is I grew up in a very, very, very small town, a rural town outside of St. Louis, Missouri. I think the population when I was there was maybe 1,200 people, so we're talking very small here, which isn't the most welcoming environment for anyone who is not straight, white, or a man. Luckily, I am white and a man, so I was able to navigate those spaces relatively easily and seamlessly. But even when you're young as a queer person, there's this sense that comes from straight people, and they always peg you regardless of how you kind of pass or present yourself. And so it didn't matter in some ways that I was attempting to pass for most of my life in that space, because it obviously didn't work for most people. So I eventually moved to Kansas City to do my undergraduate, and now I'm in New York City to do my graduate work. And so in the different spaces in which I've navigated, the queer experiences that I've had are obviously radically different. I'd never met other queer people really until I moved to New York City in my 20s, where I got really heavily involved in queer activism almost immediately. And most of the activism focused on rights of queer people outside of the United States. And one thing I really frequently noticed while I was occupying those spaces of activism in this city is that I had almost never met another scientist who was also an activist doing work here in this city. There were lots of artists and lots of people from all kinds of different professions and backgrounds, but I'd never met another scientist, let alone a neuroscientist. And so one thing that kind of consistently stuck with me throughout my time as a graduate student here is that I've always wanted to, if the representation wasn't happening organically, try to force that representation in my spaces. And so one of the ways in which I fortunately have the power to do that is through inviting faculty, for example. And so one of the things I did for myself before even starting Queer Neuro is to kind of build this database of any queer scientists, but more specifically queer neuroscientists who I could uplift and amplify their work and their stories in the spaces in which I occupy. And upon doing that, found it was really incredibly difficult to find on public platforms openly queer neuroscientists. Most of the time, it just comes from the fact that people are not explicitly mentioning their sexuality consistently in public spaces. It's not as if they're not out, you just can't find them. And so I started this Queer Neuro organization in the attempt that I can try to build a searchable platform where you can find queer neuroscientists for whatever reason, whether it's to give a talk, whether it's to reach out for mentorship, whether it's to find a job, and was quickly overwhelmed with all of the other people who had also mentioned to me that this is something they were looking for and couldn't find. And so the support for this has been really astounding. And I'm really looking forward to seeing where it heads in the near future. One thing I do want to speak on is representation in academia. One thing that I have been pretty passionate about as I've entered graduate levels is the lack of structural acknowledgement of our existence. So when applying for grants, for example, I do qualify for things that are categorized as underrepresented, but only because of my economic background and my first generation status, not because of my queer identity, which seems very, very strange to me. But if you just look very superficially, it's because organizations like the NSF and the NIH don't actually quantify us. So if you don't know how many of us exist, you cannot track the disparities in numbers, and therefore you have no idea when it comes to what needs to be done in order to increase our existence, first of all, and create environments that are actually supportive for us. So that's something I really want to bring to the floor, is that there are no systemic methods at the highest levels in academia that are acknowledging our existence, which I think really needs to change.
Thank you, Daniel. And I just want to say, Daniel, and doing Queer Neuro on Twitter made me feel braver to come on here too. And people don't think that I am ever worried about talking on any venue, but actually this is not that easy to do, and even at this point. So I'm very grateful to you and Keela for leading the way. And last but not least, my dear friend, Anaruta Das.
Thanks, John. Thanks to you, John, to the organizers of Neuromatch. But I really want to echo what John just ended with. I think it is fantastic to see, I mean, I sound like an old fuddy-duddy, but it is fantastic to see the younger people, Daniel and Kayla and Joni, who have taken such amazing initiative in sort of normalizing this issue and just bringing it as part of our identity and something that needs to be talked about, not as something, not as a freak show, even though life is a freak show and biology is a freak show, but just as yet another part of our life and a part of our identity, which is absolutely crucial. So, and that is sort of, so in introducing myself, but first I am, in terms of my academic credentials, I am I'm also at Columbia University. In the department in neuroscience, my interest is in visual processing, and I've been, so I've had this, listening to the stories of all the other people who've come before me, it's been a funny mix for me because I grew up in India, and class definitely has a lot to do with sexuality and how much you're how much you're accepted. And it just so happened I grew up in an upper middle class Indian family. So in my family, I was out to my mother when I was quite young, by about 9 or 10. And it was sort of, she was reading Foucault and Sartre, and she was reading those things to me when I was a kid. And so she intellectually accepted all of those, and she was intellectually fine with my being gay. But there was this huge unspoken sort of, well, you can't really talk about those things outside these circles, and you can't, what would the neighbors say? And so what I grew up in this really funny and almost, I hate to use the word schizophrenic because that is so loaded, but this mix of being both intellectually very free at one level, but completely under the radar at the other. And so when it comes, definitely when it came to work, it had nothing. So being gay defined me completely, but at the same time, it was completely irrelevant to anything I was doing. And in fact, I sort of went out of my way to not do things that were gay related. I was very glad to hear about Daniel talking about getting involved in queer activism. So in a funny way, being gay for me as a young person who was also interested in politics was that it sort of sensitized me to other marginalized people. So I was going all out to do stuff for people in India. When I came to this country, at that point, this country was involved in all its then imperial misadventures in Central America, in Nicaragua and El Salvador. So of course I threw myself into those campaigns. I was going all out, going to all of these Central America support rallies, and going to meetings, going to getting involved to quite some extent in that issue. And it's always and almost always this idea that what was important. So as though I should suppress my own personal interest. I was interested in doing things that being gay or doing things in queer activism was, I almost actively avoided anything to do with that. And it was that I just felt, and there was a certain, I think it was still that carryover of that same level of shame, you could say, or whatever, that you don't talk about that aspect of your life because that's the least important, that's the least relevant, and you really have to talk about other things and other people. And I think we are so that is part of the socialization of being gay, but also part of the socialization of being a woman, you could say. It's almost like a stereotype. And so in a funny way, even though I have not faced explicit, any sort of explicit, any barriers as a result of being gay per se, but I, in some ways, internalize those things. And it's taken a long time to recognize that I've internalized, meaning, so for example, take simple things. All my science, as people have been talking about, is a very straight, heteronormative world, even though the people within it are so progressive, which is a very interesting disjunction that Joni mentioned, and that is so clear. And so people, so science has this idea of being, you have this solitary genius who's supposed to be able to do things. Any sort of collaborative work is really, there's now a growing attempt to support collaborative work, but it's really, it is what you do as an individual that counts. Also, when you make, you negotiate for things, but you negotiate for things. And I was never good at negotiating because I always thought that whatever I needed was the least important, and therefore I should really underplay what I wanted and accept I was just overjoyed at anything that anybody was offering me. And it's taken me a long time to recognize that these are the things that I have internalized. And in some ways, as I was telling John when we first talked about this, about my being part of this panel, and yet another thing that I had to decolonize my mind of was specifically colonization, meaning growing up in India in a formerly colonized country, colonized by the British. Of course, we grew up with this idea that the ideal of human attractiveness is the European male. And so all of my childhood crushes were for these straight English boys. And it took me all of adolescence and all of sort of reading lots of historical literature to recognize how much my mind had been colonized by that, by the experience of British colonial India. And just as it's taken me like many, many years to actively and consciously decolonize my mind of all of those remnants of colonial rule, so also I think these remnants of internalization of gay shame is taking time, but it is getting there. And I'm particularly glad to see that, as I said, that the younger people are ahead of the game and are really taking this initiative to set up, to just be much more forthright and be much more proactive in addressing these questions and just getting on the ball right away.
Thank you very much, Anuruta. So as I said before, we have plenty of time. We have 15 more minutes here. There are lots of questions in the chat, in the Q&A. Then we have our hour afterwards. So just trying to sort of summarize, if I can, and then we'll open it up a bit, is it seems on the one hand that people came from quite, interesting, quite old-fashioned backgrounds, right? Places, countries where this was by no means as inclusive as coastal elite universities are. So one could almost say that the contrast between where one came from and what one found, in a sense, was rewarding in itself, but maybe that contrast made us a little less aware that there was still a lot of structural things going on that we weren't aware of. And I think that it is no doubt true that, as Anuruta says, that you can internalize so much seeming neutral structure and it dictates many, many things that you do. I think about trans, I have a trans man friend in England at a prominent university whose treatment has been atrocious, actually. So even in the liberal bastions, certain LGBTQ plus flavors are struggling immensely. I think that to the degree that those more senior people who've done well, have internalized a certain quietude, which makes it less apparent to the younger generations that they have role models, that they have mentors, which is extremely important. And Daniel told me that at Columbia, there were at least 3 or 4 out queer students per year. And that ratio is just nowhere near the same when it comes as you go up the ladder to full professor. So then the question arose when we were all talking, well, what happens to that ratio? Where does it go? Do you just get quieter and more conservative and don't want to speak out as you become more senior? Or is there some sort of whittling process where you just don't get promoted? You just are not seen. So either explanation for why you don't see the same degree of representation as you go up the ladder isn't good, right? It's not good if you're being made to be quiet or you're making yourself be quiet, or whether you're simply not being promoted. Now, maybe the next gen will make sure that they continue all the way up, but it's still not addressed right now. And I saw figures, for example, in neurology, where there are the lowest number of people who are recognized when you look at women and BIPOC versus gay. The lowest was the gay number, the LGBTQ plus number. So there's a lot swirling around unconscious, conscious, and I think this is the kind of forum that we desperately need. Any comments in return before we open it up?
I don't. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Please, please, please.
I would just want to speak to John. You'd mentioned that as we all came from different backgrounds. Most of us came from backgrounds where being queer or anything that wasn't white, straight, or male was less than ideal for existing, and that moving to the coast kind of maybe form these bubbles for us, or where it allows us to maybe forget about others going through potential struggles. But I would actually say it was the opposite for me. Being in New York City exposed me to so many more people and so many more possibilities for identities and existences that I only became even more aware of the people who I should be fighting for. Then I became kind of reclusive in this safe bubble that can be New York City in my identity. So I would actually say that I had the opposite experience. In Kansas City, I wasn't as radical or as active in supporting people because my homogeneity was all straight white people. And so I actually became more active in being in more liberal spaces because I'm exposed to so many more people.
And the point I wanted to add to what you were saying is that, of course, being gay is also not monolithic. And one of the, in our earlier discussion, when we were talking amongst ourselves, I think Joni, I believe, mentioned that gender still, in some ways, unfortunately, trumps being gay. And you know, I was reminded of our late, great transgender neuroscientist, Ben Barres, who said that, you know, when he transitioned from being Barbara Barres to Ben Barres, he amusedly would overhear these people saying things like, "Oh, you know, Ben writes, he does so much, his science is so much better than his sisters," you know, assuming that Barbara had been Ben's sister. But that's just a trivial aspect of it. I think, unfortunately, you know, we are still, so I still consider myself quite privileged. I mean, well, not only are we in this course, but my gender does give me privileges. And so there is, you know, one has to both recognize, I think the good thing about a place like this is to see how we can make queerness a construct, an issue that one should think about, but also really recognize how much inequalities and inequities are spread amongst different identities, and to see how can we make it better for everybody, not to be too trite about it or too Pollyanna-ish, but to sort of go back to, you know, my earlier sort of 15-year-old queer self saying that I should throw myself into other people's lives and improve other people's lives, but also to say, yeah, I think the best thing is, yes, we should be strong and articulate and visible as queer people, and also use our visibility and our privileges to see what we can do for everyone.
Yeah, actually, on that issue, I wanted to bring Keela in because, you know, Keela, of course, you could argue, woman, queer, Black, triple threat, right? And actually, in the conversation, you know, the first conversation I had with Keela and Daniel, it was Keela who articulated really well this intersectionality, and that it shouldn't be some kind of pecking order, that, you know, woman gets the gold, being Black gets the silver, and being gay gets the bronze, or anything like that. So maybe Keela, you know, you educated me on this, on how one should feel when one has more than one identity.
I think it's hard. It's hard to try and parse together and develop your identity. Like I came out in high school and I've been out ever since. And when I went to college at Agnes, it really radicalized me in the way that I thought about feminism and the patriarchy and about my Blackness and the civil rights movement and what it was and what it wasn't, in the way that history is colored by the perspective of who's teaching it. So through life, you really grow into your identity, and it's really hard to like come out of the gate and be like, I'm a Black queer woman and I'm here to fix everything. Like, it's difficult for you to see your progress, kind of like what Daniel was talking about. When you move into these new spaces, you grow. And I think each step of that growth in your identity and learning your priorities and the causes that you are going to stand up and fight for is really important. But what society likes to do is sort of strip away that intersectionality. It makes you pick and choose the battles that you're going to stand up for the most, because for whatever reason, society in America in particular has a hard time walking and chewing gum at the same time. So when I use my voice and my platform to talk about Black scientists and Black neuroscientists in Black and Neuro, I'm also always explicitly giving a shout out to Black women who do science and Black queer and trans people that do science, because I can recognize, like Anna Ruda was saying, that I do have a lot of privilege. I grew up in a wealthy family. I still have a wealthy family. My family profited off of like the prison industrial complex in ways that are gross to me now. But my goal always is to use that privilege to speak up for those people that I know need it. And I think that that's a common theme that all of us have really talked about. And so one thing that I'm working on constantly is, how can I use my voice and my platform to embrace my identity and help other people embrace their identity? I think it's hard to choose, right? Like, I'm Black first. If I were to meet any of you on the street, you'd be like, that's a Black lady. But I'm also queer, and that's an important part of my identity. And so more conversations really need to be had about the intersectionality of all of these issues, like everyone has said thus far, really. And for me, I always think about it as a developmental neuroscientist that likes a kooky analogy or metaphor. You know, the brain is made of various cell types that all have to live in harmony, more or less. They interact with one another in different ways, and all of their genetic programming, but their environmental signals and responses contribute to how they function together. And so I think it's a formative analogy that can be used in that way. That the development of a neuron is really similar to the development of a person. You need your internal identity, and you need these environments, these choices that you make, the context of where you grow up and who you interact with and what you become, to really shape you. And so I feel like if we could all embrace that level of complexity that we see in science and in life, then it would be really beneficial.
Wonderful. Does anyone here want to say anything about, if one were more open, more visible, more activist, would one be the chair of the department? Would one be president of SFN? Do we believe that leadership at the very top would be blocked, is also a question that I'd like to bring up. Joni.
So I just wanted to make a comment. It was really actually go back to something that Anna Ruda said about how you have this, we all have this programming that we accept. And I just wanted to point out the programming that we accept as scientists, right, which has nothing to do with our race, gender, sexual orientation. So, you know, things like Berkeley just got two Nobel Prizes, one of which was the first time that two women had won the chemistry prize. Of course, that's fantastic that we've got two women winning this prize, but we don't question, why do we care about Nobel Prizes? You know, these are heavily gender biased. we don't know very much about the organization that awards them or the panels that are awarding them. And it feeds into this sort of narrative of the, you know, the lone genius that the media likes and that universities like and that funders like. Another example is, you know, how you progress as a faculty. And again, Anna Ruda touched on this. You have to negotiate. Salaries are often hidden so that we can't see where the disparities lie. And we just accept all this as sort of the way that science is done, and we accept that as sort of the stamp of good science, you know. So I think a lot of these things are what makes this, the space in which we operate so sort of institutionally conservative, and also so difficult to sort of to overhaul and to try and come up with a different way of incentivizing and valuing what different scientists are doing.
Yeah, fascinating.
I mean, I'm sorry to, this is going away from the question that you started with, John, but I also wanted to pick up to add to what Joni was saying. You know, and this is to the detriment of science. The fact that all of these restrictions that we place on ourselves, and the stupid and the amazing and the stupid thing is that so many articulate, powerful scientists who reach positions of power also say the same things. They would say the same things about how much science shoots itself in the foot by, for example, this whole, you know, this lone genius myth that somehow all amazing discoveries are just this brilliant insight that you get one day, this eureka moment that you are, and of course we all, and everybody who's done any work in science knows that that is completely wrong, that it so much is inspired by the people by whom you happen to be with, where you are. I know that when I have worked collaboratively with people, and for example, with this one amazing graduate student, my first graduate student, we were clearly better than the sum of our parts. I have no shame or no, you know, no problem acknowledging that. And that, but unfortunately, there was no, because of the fact that he was a graduate student and I'm a professor. So, you know, there were no mechanisms that he could be supported institutionally. You know, there were, in my field in visual neurobiology, there's one, of course, prime example of two people who worked together, David Hubel and Torsten Wiesel, who did amazing work together. And, you know, one can't be counterfactual or counter-historical. Who knows what they would have done if they had to do it individually. But I would take a very strong guess that their working together collaboratively produced amazing results, which they may or may not have reached working on their own. And so this idea that collaborative work is powerful and there should be institutional mechanisms of really, really supporting it, and not just support, I mean, encouraging it, really making that the norm rather than this heteronormative, you know, straight male myth of the you know, the man on the on the white charger who is on the white horse who is going to lead the troops to victory is just totally wrong. And as we keep saying, I mean, scientists are generally progressive and generally thoughtful and all recognize it, but we somehow institutionally are not able to change our institutional culture so as to be more intelligent about this.
And I would just like to say to what you and Joni said, and actually my friend Ida Mamenejad actually on Twitter about a week ago made this point, which I think is lost, that the very paradox that Joni mentioned, which is you've got lots of progressive people, but the institution is sort of rigidly in lockstep with Nobel Prizes and great man syndrome and the genius. The point that she made was that the best chance we have of breaking down this nonsense is by inclusiveness and having a more diverse, interesting queering of the space. In other words, that you're going to be subversive by having non-white heteronormative people who are more likely to go, what is this bullshit? even than the liberal establishment. Okay, so there's real subversion here, I think. And that's not, is it a surprise that it was Joni that brought this up? Right? No, I don't think so. Right? So I think that is what the power is here, is that, yes, it's better inclusion for people like Daniel and Keela and Joni, but also because the institution would deeply benefit. I just need to say that we're reaching the 1 o'clock. We're now going on to parallel track, but everyone is welcome to stay in the room and start discussing. And I think maybe, unless anyone here has more to say before we go to the questions, I can start trying to bring people in, and maybe if Conrad is still here, start inviting people in. So I don't know exactly how I'm going to do this. I suppose I'll go to the Q&A and try and raise things that haven't been raised before. One question I saw here, which tends to get less discussion, is trans men. I was wondering, even though of course we brought up Ben, does anyone have something to say about how one can get more inclusion and make it more open and welcoming for that subset of the queer community? Maybe Joni?
Gosh. Yeah, I don't know if I can comment on that, John, because I just don't know what the trans male experience is. I mean, I have mentored trans men, but they often, well, the two examples I can think of, they were dealing with different issues. They had the fact that the issue that they faced was having to come out repeatedly as a trans man, because nobody knew that they were a trans man. So they'd either transitioned as an undergrad or even before that, and just felt that at every stage of their career, they were repeatedly having to come out. So I guess that's kind of more related to what we were talking about earlier, about how do you get your identity, how do you be open without having to, kind of repeatedly assert your identity. But, beyond that, I'm not sure that I do know the sort of specific challenges faced by trans men.
So on the questions, there's the upvoted question is from Martha. I'm really wondering about the being an out role model aspect that you guys are mentioning. I would identify as queer and I don't feel like I'm hiding that, but it also doesn't really have a space in my scientific life, as in it simply doesn't come up, and I would feel really weird, unnecessary to bring it up randomly. Like, great lab meeting, everyone. By the way, I identify as queer. How do you guys handle that? So maybe Martha could come in and maybe articulate a bit more that question is, and maybe have people answer. Is that possible?
Yeah, one second. I need to push the right buttons, and I'm somehow slow today. Okay, I just asked Martha on stage. It usually just takes like a couple seconds until that works. Everyone else, if you have questions, it's most fun if you can ask the questions from on stage. But I don't want to like ask you on stage before you confirm that you want to. So please just say, sure, I'll come on stage and ask the question.
Hi, Martha.
Hi.
Welcome.
Hi. Very nice to see you guys.
So why don't you, I probably did a bad job of reading out your question. So why don't you answer it and then have people answer it?
Yeah, no, I think it was actually really lovely. Yeah, so for me, it's basically, and I mean, it's come up a little bit in different aspects of the discussion, but for me, it feels like the two identities really don't come together at all. Like, queer is something that I would identify as in my private life, but it just has no bearing on my life in the lab. And yeah, I think it would be nice. It would be nice to be more visible, but at the same time, it's also just not necessary, and I don't want to make it a sort of forced kind of thing, right? So yeah, I was wondering what you guys think about that.
So one of the things that we're piloting in the neuroscience program at Berkeley, and this came from a suggestion from the students, was asking speakers in all neuro talks, so departmental talks and lab meetings and everything, to include a 1-minute diversity slide where they just talk about some aspect of their own diversity. Right? You know, it can be anything. It can be race, gender, economic background, immigrant status, just anything where they feel, you know, there's something to share. And the idea was really to sort of give everybody that space to discuss that, with the hope that, you know, it would help URM, you know, closeted URMs have a place to share, but also, you know, be completely open about whatever aspect of your life it is that you want to share, even if it's the fact that, you know, you own collie dogs or something. It just didn't matter.
Oh, that sounds really lovely. Also, to just really have a space where that's the thing, right? Where you're not distracting from other things that are going on. So, right?
Yeah, the idea is to try and humanize the scientist, you know, giving the talk.
I just wanted to say, yeah, thanks, Martha, for asking the question, because I resonate a lot with that too. I mean, I would like to sort of be more visible as a quote unquote role model and so forth. And, you know, sometimes you wonder, like, yeah, what are the opportunities? There are opportunities for doing that, you know, and I think what you just mentioned, Joni, is a great one too, but they don't just kind of fall on your lap on a daily basis and you feel awkward, you know, just bringing it up. It doesn't feel appropriate. And you know, I'm also just intrinsically a somewhat private person. And so I'm not going to talk that much about myself and those kinds of things. But I think we do need more venues to bring it in for all the reasons that have been discussed on the panel so far. And this is, you know, certainly being part of this today has made that more apparent to me. So thanks for asking the question.
Martha, I would just, you know, the one thing I would say to that is, if you would just go back to your lab and then just log down every time a baby is born and it's celebrated, or a wedding, and what you'll find is that there are performative aspects of the heteronormative world every single day, is what I would say, right? In other words, it's so pervasive, it's so normal that one actually doesn't think it's there. But I guarantee that if you start jotting down on a daily basis when some straight-based cultural assumption is uttered, and then I think that you would actually change your mind about the irrelevance of your special point of view and your life to what goes on. Yeah. Right? So in other words, this is what I most object to, is the seeming neutrality of the scientific space. It isn't neutral, right? That's what I'm saying. So I don't feel like we have to apologize for bringing that up. And as I said in my introduction, if one were to be a little bit of a sissy, one were wearing makeup or had nail polish on, is that intrusive? Is that not allowed to be brought into the lab? So that's the way I think about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I really love that. I think for me, one of the specific challenges is kind of that there's nothing super obvious about me that doesn't fit to the heteronormative kind of storyline, right? So you kind of have to like actively say, oh no, actually it's not like that, which is a bit strange. But actually, I really love that actually, that, yeah, that is kind of like the air we breathe, right? The heteronormative story is kind of like the air we breathe, right?
Yeah, if I don't know if I'm allowed to just jump in here, but I will.
Oh, hi, Lena. There you are. Yes.
Hi. I think that, you know, to say that it's not relevant is, you know, that's sad that it's not relevant in many labs. I think you can help maybe have events in the lab where people are celebrated for who they are. I mean, we had one getting to know people as people, I think, is extremely important for science and for understanding what types of things are important to people, and even what kind of scientific questions they find intriguing and how they might want to approach it in a different way. So I think it's really important to celebrate why, how people might find science important or interesting for very different reasons, and usually related in somehow to their childhood, as I have discovered. But we've done things as simply as we went to, and thanks to my very great lab, go to a Chinese restaurant. We talked about that, and then we talked about everybody else's, like, what kind of food do you celebrate from your family, and there are any types of things like that can happen that can start to make it easier to really talk about who we are as people.
So at Columbia, one of the things we started doing, and this is actually thanks to Darcy, one of the professors there, when in our introductory set of lectures for the graduate students, when people come and give talks, we also, as you mentioned, Joni, we do something similar, which is at the end of the talk that we do have a couple of minutes where students ask the speakers questions about themselves and what got them into science, and they're encouraged to be as personal as they feel comfortable doing. And so that's the sort of place where you can, in an institutional way, do this. So it is true. I mean, it is very, you don't want to force it, of course, but that's one way where you can humanize the person who's speaking and show the real human connections and interests that brought that person to where he or she is in what they're doing. For example, at SFN, this young graduate student colleague of mine had made LGBT pins. And so I was delighted to see that. And I was carrying one. This is when we had real SFN. This is like 2 years ago. I was wearing that. These are minor things. I put up on our departmental Slack, I put up a poster for the Queer Liberation March, end of June this year in New York City. So I just while not making an issue of it at all in my science, because it can be forced, but I just try to make it clear that those are all parts of me, and I do not feel at all awkward or uncomfortable being there and acknowledging all of that, and that just sort of felt an indication that people should be equally comfortable in themselves.
Mm.
Thanks, Lena. Fantastic. I thought we were going to bring Niti onto the stage, if they're willing. Conrad, maybe.
Second. Can you take another question first? It's going to take a few seconds.
Conrad, I lost my question. They're disappeared. So now you have to tell me what my question was.
Well, Lena, you can ask another one if you like.
Well, no, I wanted to discuss this issue that's come up for me as part of a couple of the societies where people are, for a while it was, LGBT and allies. And then there was this move to allow people to identify their gender in a non-binary way, and then completely overlooking like sexual orientation. And I felt very offended by this. And very overlooked, and very, I feel like you guys are trying to do the right thing, but on the other hand, what happened to the gays and lesbians? We're just like not considered anymore. And also just asking people what their motives were for doing that. And one of them from one of my societies was, well, we want to track. I said, well, is this because you're having a conference and you want to make sure you have like gender neutral bathrooms? And they said, oh, no, absolutely not. We need to track minority status. And I said, that's not a federally recognized minority status. So, I'm sort of struggle myself with, do we track, do we not track? How do we track? And how do we assure people that it's private, because in this case it was linked to all of my private information.
I think I can speak to this on one level because I've also noticed this similar thing where we've made this stride, this advancement in terms of asking people their gender identity, but then also eliminated their sexuality from that. And I think it's another really great example of the way in which sometimes science acts like it can't walk and chew gum at the same time. Like adding another question there, and it can be an optional question, right, is not going to hurt anybody. If, I guess it depends on like what the purpose of that tracking is. Like when I fill out surveys for anything, everybody is super quick to ask my race and ethnicity. But it is sometimes really frustrating that you can't get that broad level of identity on those forms. And I think one thing that this does remind me of, kind of going back to an earlier point, is the way that students organize things, the way that like the younger generation, is when everybody keeps calling me and Daniel on this Zoom, that students...
You're more than welcome to call me the younger generation too, if you're willing.
I got called it once, it made my day.
But I think it's interesting so often, not just in science, but science is like my prime example because it's what I do. Oftentimes students will point out, or like trainees will point out that there is a problem. And then instead of fixing the problem at an institutional level, someone will just ask the trainees like what they think they should do. So they shift that responsibility back on to a group of people who are marginalized or oppressed or asking for visibility in some way. And I feel like this like survey, this your question, reminds me of that in a lot of ways, in the ways that administrations are often like, well, last year we just started recognizing gender identities. So could you just like give us a minute, I guess, to like recuperate from adding a question on a Google form? And it really is, as you can tell from my sass, it's really frustrating for me to have to go to bat for those things all of the time because it seems like a no-brainer so often.
So we have wonderful people in the room. I'm going to try and do this. So I'm going to be Niti. I hope I'm saying your name right. Forgive me if I'm not. First, and then Alan, Sloan, and Tara. Okay.
So my question was already answered a little bit, but what are some ways that you, make sure that your lab is like a welcoming space and a positive space for LGBTQ plus members and mentees? And I'd like to, speak especially about universities that are not sort of, East Coast liberal universities, for instance. Like many of us may go on to become like PIs in places like that. So what can we do?
I am not a PI, but I can tell you what I do now and how I think it works. One of the things that I try to practice was what Joni mentioned earlier, which is like humanizing my science and humanizing my classroom in our discussions. So when I meet my students at the beginning of the year for the classes that I teach and students that I mentee or mentor, I always introduce myself as a Black queer woman. Who also is a developmental neuroscientist. So I initiate that conversation as a person in a position of power to let them know that like power, I'm just like an adjunct professor, but you get it. To let them know that like, if they want to have a conversation about that, I would be more than happy to discuss like who I am and what I've done. Like beginning those levels of dialogue. I also think just in general, adding more human aspects to science, right? Sort of like what Conrad was saying, where in our department, we get an email about every baby, every wedding, every cute thing that a person does and accomplishes in their life. And that is great. And if we can diversify those kinds of announcements, right? Like I want an announcement about a gay wedding. Let me know. I'm really excited. But I think doing those kinds of things and adding more personal touches to the way that we exist in science is one of the easiest first steps into doing that.
Thank you.
No, thank you very much for coming on.
Maybe I'll just add one more thing to that, is that I think part of it is just making it a welcoming environment to everybody. So one of my roles at Berkeley, I serve as director of the Redwood Center for Theoretical Neuroscience. And I just sort of see part of my role is to evangelize about computational neuroscience to the campus. And so I really bend over backwards to bring all kinds of people and anybody who indicates interest. And the more you make it an open environment in general, that bleeds over to all these other categories, LGBTQ and race and gender and so forth. And it doesn't just happen by accident, of course, either. But I think it's part of a very big, broad question of how you keep it an open environment in general.
Daniel, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, similar to Kayla, I unfortunately don't have a lab, but I agree. As a graduate student, like I try to make when I'm in any positions of authority or power, for example, when I have students, I try to make it explicitly clear my identities and that my space is going to be one in which identities are recognized and valid and pronouns are respected and all of that thing. So when I have the power, I do try to make my spaces as inclusive and accepting as possible. But in certain spaces, I don't have the authority. So it's like sometimes you're at risk as a student kind of bringing up, please, we should be inclusive in the way we say, in which we acknowledge an entire room. But some of us can do that and others, don't have the freedom to do that.
Thanks, Daniel. Alan, I think up next.
Hi, yeah, so the question that I asked in the chat was about how to deal with the fact that trans men are susceptible to the leaky pipeline when we're growing up as little girls and being systematically kind of pressured out of science. And then how to make sure that as adults who are male identified, we still have access to the kinds of extra support and extra training that women sometimes get through like these excellent initiatives for promoting women in science. Like I don't feel comfortable going to stuff like that because I'm not a woman. But at the same time, I had those same experiences growing up and being bad at math because I got a B once.
Yeah, I mean, it comes again to walking while chewing gum that Keita talks about, that you suddenly remove yourself from that category as though somehow everything's okay now, right? I think it's going to require this sensitivity to intersectionality, right? Which is that everyone has this complex combination of experiences and identities, and you don't have to just fit in one bucket, right? Which I could, I'd never thought about it until you asked your question, that do you forego certain recognitions by moving camp, as it were, right? I don't know what others have to say about that, but it's something I think we have to be very sensitive to.
Not to put Sloan on the spot, but I think he has some point. I was just scrolling through the question, but as a trans man, I think he would be a very appropriate person to bring into this conversation.
Thank you. I was actually going to ask to jump in. Hi, everyone. My name is Sloan. My pronouns are he, him. I'm actually going to have my first undergrad thesis presentation on my trans study on the effects of hypersexualized media on transgender men. So I'm very excited to be here amongst you guys and you people. So in the sense of, I definitely felt that. I'm going to relate to what Alan just said. When I came out October 2019, I joined my lab November 2019, and I signed up on my study 2 weeks before COVID hit. So it was very, very quickly that I just came out and I was PT and I was like, hi, I'm trans and I want to be a scientist. I'm very, very privileged that Concordia University is extremely, extremely inclusive. And we have, actually they have created like awards and grants, especially for queer, trans, and non-binary people. I think you have to be your own advocate. I think I always initiate conversation with my teachers now and my profs and faculty members. Hi, my name is Sloan, I'm trans, these are my pronouns. And now people have gone into the habit of asking for pronouns. And I definitely felt the shift of, oh, well, what do I apply now? Because I don't have those opportunities that I had before I came out. But I think the answer is just to create opportunities for us living as our authentic self would be my answer to that. Like I said, my university has like grants that are dedicated to trans and non-binary. So it's not really a loss. I think it's an opportunity to create more opportunities for trans people in general.
Just to comment a little bit on the the difficulties that we face in university administrations. I think there's a lot more rules around tracking gender and race because of the various acts of Congress that mandate that universities have to track this, and as a result it can be very difficult to reach LGBT communities. So we know now that trans and gender non-conforming students make up about 5% of the UC Berkeley undergrad. So, that's about 1,500 students. We don't know who they are. We have no way of tracking their academic performance. We have no way of reaching out to them and sending them all an email. And we know that population is experiencing, lots of hardship. So about 20% of them report being homeless, which is about 5 times the rate amongst our the general undergraduate population. So because these things are not mandated, they don't happen, and people are very reluctant to even sort of ask those questions, whether it's intrusive or whether people should be entitled to keep these things private. It's that kind of that's the sort of pushback we get when we try and institute some kind of initiative to be able to just know who these students are.
Can I jump into my question because it's related? My faculty members asked the students if it would make a difference if they had like a requirement in their hiring process and they would automatically hire someone from a marginalized community, whether it's BIPOC or LGBTQ. And I wanted to know your opinion on that.
I think, so in my university or the universities that I attended, we call them opportunity hires for the most part, where like the job is like given to a specific demographic. I support opportunity hires, but I think one thing that opportunity hires often miss is that the solution to these problems is not just to increase the number of Black or LGBT or whatever people at a university. It's also to give them the resources and the power to build community so that they enter an environment and that environment is inclusive and supportive. And I think a lot of the times universities and institutions sometimes miss that mark. So like one of the things that I think most people in marginalized groups know how to do is build and find community. When I've been working on applications for jobs and like things like that, and one of the ways that I sell myself and talk to other people about what I do and why I love it is because I know how to build a community. I've sought out a community, I've developed it like within my institution, but also outside of it. And I can bring that community to Georgia Tech, for example, but if I don't have the resources or the support from the admins and the people that like make way more money than me, that are in charge of way more things than I am, I'm not going to get very far in terms of having a thriving supportive network. So I think those ideas are always noble, right? It's always great to try and increase the diversity within a space and to have people write diversity statements, but you have to realize that there's more than one kind of diversity. And if you're writing a diversity statement, you should also talk about intersectionality like we have today. And then you also need to give people the support and the resources to do the things that they want to do. So how isolating would it be for me to join the faculty at a department and be the only Black person in the entire institution? Those things, you have to consider those things as well. And so sometimes I think those kinds of initiatives miss that, like the next step of that. They're just kind of like, well, we got a bunch of diverse folks here, so they must be doing good. and that's not how it works.
Yeah, I wanted to say something too about that. Like there are places where they're having diversity statements because they're supposed to, and other places that may have more behind it. And you know, it's been a while since I looked for a faculty position, but I was very torn about, you know, how do I handle my sexual orientation in a job interview situation where I know they can't ask me. And I was moving from Oregon and California to Atlanta, and you know, somewhat terrifying because I lived here a little bit in my youth and was somewhat, you know, traumatized by it. But you know, the advice that I was given is to be very open about it, because the response that you get will tell you whether or not you want to be at that institution. And that's really important. So don't try to, you know, so if people want to put a diversity statement in their graduate application, that's going to make you stronger at a place that cares about it. And it's going to let you know which places are just doing it for, you know, because they're supposed to. And it was a very difficult thing to do, to be, you know, I was at Georgia Tech and old white men, and well, you know, I need need coverage for my, you know, my partner, for health insurance and things like that. And it ended up being a very positive experience. As people had said, it might be. I think that varies even from one department to another within an institution. So don't, just because it's good in biomedical engineering doesn't mean it's going to be good over in some other department at Georgia Tech or at Emory.
Thanks, Lena. Tara, I know you've been waiting a long time there. I'm sorry.
No worries,
Please,
John.
go ahead.
Thanks. So I had actually a question to something that Joni said quite a while ago, related to I can't see my question anymore either, so I'm going back on memory. It's a little bit tough. Sorry about that. I wanted to ask about whether you think scientists are hiding part of their identity and this intersectionality of their identity because they want their work to be seen as apolitical. I think that was along the lines of what I had written. Sorry about that.
I put the question in the chat.
Yeah, I see. Thanks. So it says related to what Joni said, but more broadly applicable. Do you think that scientists are focused on keeping their identity away from their work because science is supposedly apolitical? I don't think science is necessarily apolitical, but I do think, yeah, that's kind of what we strive for.
I think we all internalize it.
I don't think that that's the case, but I think it's more insidious than that, right? It's this sort of messaging that, you know, the stereotypes are the straight white man doing science. So I don't think it's anything, it's no conscious effort on our part to sort of hide these identities. I think it's more insidious than that, and it's more, that's why it's more difficult for us to overcome it.
I'll say that I have been intentionally hiding things, partly maybe not on a personal level, but on a national, international stage. Partly, I will just say I went through a process where we were looking for donors to support an endowed professorship so that I could, you know, do cool research. And the way that I'm told that it happens is you go around and you meet these donors and like you make a personal connection. You know, I'm at Emory and Georgia Tech. It's a particular demographic, and it, you know, that's, you know, we had to educate our chair now, who's great, Susan Margulies, but in the previous, I was like, okay, I just was like, all right, well, that's just never happening for me. That's really kind of a ridiculous thing to ask of me, but you know, we had to educate them as to like, that's going to happen more easily for certain individuals than others. And so no, I wanted the science to be the first thing that you see on the internet about me.
I have to say, you know, just quickly to Lena's point, I remember I got this award in Texas several years ago. And after I gave my talk, they then took me to what really, to me, it was a country club for oil barons, but to me it looked more like a plantation, frankly. And I remember knowing that there was going to be a dinner at this all-white country club, and I had this moment of whether I should take my wedding ring off or not, because I had it on and I knew that if I kept it on, somebody, statistically, it was very likely that somebody would ask about my wife. And I was in this Texas place that felt kind of threatening. There had been talk about the organization that gave me a prize getting philanthropy from this group. So I didn't know whether I was, if I said, well, this is my husband and I, you know, in the end, after much vacillation, to my shame, I took it off, right? And I wish in retrospect that I had not, but I did, all right? And I was the one who got the damn prize, right? So it, you know, I'm not proud of myself, but to Lena's point, that happened. Anyway, Mel, you're on, if you're still there, I'm sorry.
You're muted at the moment.
Oh, I thought I was looking for Mel, but I don't see Mel. So Rishika, you're on.
Hey, I'm Rishika. I identify as a trans woman, and I am currently in my 4th year undergrad. I'm starting my master's thesis soon, and I am transitioning in the middle of this process. So that has been met with a very diverse set of responses from the people who I work with. In some cases, I see that there is a clear negative response. They have stopped interacting with me or changed the way they interact. And on the other hand, sometimes I see that they are treating me the same, but very different from the other women in my peer group. And honestly, that can add a lot of stress added to the academic stress that I'm facing. And it gets very hard to balance, like, how do I deal with the stress that's coming because of my identity and the stress that's coming with performing? And often this stress affects my performance. And it's very hard to cope with it. I was wondering how would one go about in such a process? And it's, who do I approach? Who do I talk to about this?
I mean, I think the most important thing is to have, you know, as strong a support group, strong friend group as you can muster. I will say that, you know, during my own transition, I experienced, your friendship landscape definitely changes, and it changes along, you know, predictable directions. So my friendships with men became more distant, became more reserved. Obviously, I'm older as well, so a lot of these men were married men, and married men don't have a lot of female friends. And my friendships with women obviously got closer, and I developed some very strong, you know, BFFs basically. So, you know, that's to be expected. I mean, that's how gender works. You know, we transition, and our lives, our social networks change as a result of that. But yeah, the most important thing for me was just having, you know, good friendships to sort of carry me through.
There's also, I was going to say very quickly that there's also a lot of LGBTQ organizations that can create a community. That's how I kind of had a very smooth transition in terms of support from outside of my family, obviously, but it does help to have friends and support group and people that I can find on social media that are trans like me. And yeah, so there is a world out there for you that will welcome you with big open arms, for sure.
Thank you so much. And I promised I would read Melvin's question. I'm curious about your opinions about starting and keeping an inclusive scientific community. To me, as a PhD student based in the Middle East, NeuroMatch is one of the best examples of such community. Feels like a dream. I also wonder that for trans people in early career stage, what would be the suggestions? Not being able to find a job is one of the biggest concerns for people like me. I'm a trans man, and I know it's even harder for my trans women or non-binary peers. So I actually, myself, don't have experience yet in seeing job applications like that, which may say something in and of itself. Does anyone else have on the panel something to say about, you know, how one goes about job applications and prospects?
I will say I recently have gotten a lot of recruitment letters and job offers. I think partially because of like diversity, but also because of my role in Black and Neuro. And it can be really hard because sometimes that feels a little bit like tokenism. But they also, my Nana's really proud of them and it makes me her favorite grandchild. So like, I'm fine with it for right now. I'm good with just ruminating on that. I think as I think Joni mentioned it earlier and so did Lena, the idea for me is always to find, my goal is to find an institution that has similar values as me. I know that's not going to be 100% accurate, but I want to go and be at a place that's going to support and uplift me in the ways that I need. So I try my best to be, when I'm writing all of the various statements and the things that they ask for, I try to just put myself out there and those sort of my wildest ideas about what I think academia should look like and how I think we can get there and what the next steps are. I think one of the hardest things about being in like the early career stage of anything is that, for me at least, I'm just so thankful that someone even like offered me a thing, kind of like what Anna Ruda was talking about like negotiating and things like that, that I'm just like, yeah, I'll do it for free. Like, please just hire me so that I can be a part of this community. And so I can't speak to the trans experience specifically, but I think that those are common themes that people feel in a lot of ways. This like, you should just be grateful, and sort of shrinking themselves to fit this mold of what they think a place should look like. But I'm trying to unlearn that now and just be my full self when I apply to those, when I apply to institutions and apply to things, because like everyone has said, you don't want to be in a place that doesn't celebrate you or have similar values and ideas in some way.
Does anyone else want to, I mean, there's been a series of questions like this. Does anyone else want to chime in on this? In other words, it seems to be a general idea that one might as well find out sooner than later what your institution thinks, and therefore, but it does seem like it's a real concern. A lot of people about authorship, what names do you put on your papers if you transition, you know, well, these are all very real things.
Maybe I'm being idealistic, but I also think that the alternative, you know, especially for trans people, trying to suppress our gender identity is just an incredibly toxic thing to do. It's so pervasive, it's so unhealthy for you. It increases the risk of harmful behavior so much that, you know, the career is relatively minor when you compare it to that. So I think the notion of sort of hiding who you are to get a job is just not a healthy thing to do. And yeah, that might make it more difficult to you know, land the job or career that you want, but I just think that trumps everything else.
I do want to say though that, I mean, it is. I just want to be a little bit cautious in that, you know, we are in this really privileged area. I mean, not only in New York and so on, but I just want to recognize the fact that Mel is somewhere in the Middle East, and there might be actual dangers to being open about who you are. So we have to, while it is good to advise people, I mean, I just don't know how to address this. I'm just articulating my a conundrum in that I completely, at an intellectual level, I completely agree with what Joni said and what John said, and that it's much better to know what the institution, to test the institution and see how it would respond, and only go to those places that are willing to take you. But we can say it with confidence that our lives are not in danger. There are some places where it might be a little bit harder and the risks might be harder. So we just need to be slightly aware of that.
So we're going to get knocked off. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say we're going to be knocked off in 5 minutes. So I just wanted to give a heads up because time has gone by. It's been marvelous. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say like a few words about that because I'm Middle Eastern. Definitely, it applies if you are in a safe space. So if you're in countries where you're criminalized and you face like the death penalty or things like that, definitely you don't have a choice to suppress your gender identity, and that's a reality that we definitely need to talk about, and that I'm going to talk about more on my platform. So thank you for mentioning that. That's very important to acknowledge.
So I think just so somebody doesn't get cut off mid-question, I'd like to say that for me, and I found this whole experience very different from what I was expecting. I mean, I'm very humbled by the sheer variety and the wonderful people that have come on. And I think it speaks to the fact that we really need this. And I'm extremely grateful to Neuromatch and to Conrad and Chris and the others to let this happen. I hope I'm not wrong in thinking that this needs to happen more, right? And we do need to find, through what Daniel and Keela have done, channels, actual places that people can go to. Maybe everyone can now, who's been on this, can sort of connect, because I've heard a lot of great advice being given, and it's really marvelous. So I hope this is just a launch pad for more of this. Also, I'm extremely grateful to Keela and Daniel and Joni and Bruno and Anaruta for coming on, and everyone who came on into the room. I know it is a little bit scary. I found it a bit scary. So thank you very much. And I hope that we can continue the chat offline. I'm more than willing to receive emails. I'm sure everyone else would. So thank you very much, everybody. Any closing words from our panel? We have a minute. All right. Well, thank you very much. See you all again, I hope. All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
You're here, and it is my extreme pleasure to welcome Tom Foreman to the Neuromatch conference today. Tom is a broadcast journalist and correspondent for CNN, where he reports on a wide variety of topics and leads the network's fact-checking initiative. Before he was at CNN, he was a correspondent with ABC World News Tonight, and in between those two was a correspondent with National Geographic, where he anchored National Geographic Today and was the managing editor for Inside Basecamp. He's won many awards, including multiple Emmy Awards and the inaugural Cronkite-Jackson Award for fact-checking political messages. Beyond this, Tom's also an avid runner and ultramarathoner in his copious spare time, and recently wrote the book, My Year of Running Dangerously, which you may want to check out. So it's my pleasure, Tom, to welcome you to the Neuromatch conference. Thanks so much for being here.
It's good to be here, Chris, and I can't think of a better time to be here to talk about communication and science, because I think science is facing a real challenge right now. If I could just kick off with a couple things I want to mention. I was thinking about the challenges of science communicating with the public and how important this is. And I thought, because I'm a TV guy, I was laughing thinking about the Big Bang Theory and how one of the motifs of the Big Bang Theory is this struggle that these wonderful researchers and scientists have relating to the outside world and communicating with the outside world, and the frustration they have over the idea of, we have this great work, why can't we get people to understand us? Mm-hmm. I know that that's funny, in part because it's also real for so many people in science. I believe immensely in the work that you're doing in science, all of you out there. I really think what you're doing is incredibly important to us, but just as important is getting everyone else to understand why what you do is important, why what you have to say about it is credible, and when and where and how they can rely on getting it from you. So there are really three things that I think are important for you to bear in mind. First of all, you have to make it a priority. Communication about your work has to be a priority in your environment. Secondly, you have to promote clear messages about what you do. You can't get so in the weeds that people just can't follow you. It's not that people aren't smart. It's that they're cooking the pork chops and taking care of the dog and planning Zoom school for their kids tomorrow, and it's hard. Yeah. They've got a lot of things in their life too. They want to understand you, but it's a challenge. And thirdly, you have to make it easy. That's the technical part of this and the artistic part of communication. Make it a priority, clear messaging, make it easy. That's what I'm going to try to help you understand a little bit today. So Chris, what do you think?
Yeah, I think I really appreciate your perspective on this, because you work obviously in kind of a broad spectrum of journalism right now, but you also have experience kind of specifically in science communication environments like National Geographic. So I just wanted to start out by asking, do you have some examples of instances where you thought scientists or a group of scientists did this really, really well that people could go look at, for inspiration and examples, even if it wasn't a headline grabbing story? Is there something that you would point to people to as just a great example of clear science communication?
Well, I think I can probably more easily talk about the times when it was easy to communicate about science.
Okay.
I think I have, as Chris knows well, I have two daughters who both went to Georgia Tech. The younger one studied computational media. The other one studied aerospace engineering. So I spent a lot of time around people at Georgia Tech who studied these fields. I think when the aerospace program, when aerospace was really burgeoning in the Apollo days and even in the space shuttle days, it was easy to get attention for scientific matters because you had a big, grand, central thing for people to look at, and people talked about big ideas. I think that was easy. There have been other times when there have been items that have broken through in a big way in the news that have not been handled well. I'm reminded of, those of you who are old enough, the big kerfuffle over cold fusion years ago. That went bananas for a while. Everyone was talking about it. Nobody understood it. Nobody knew how far it could go, at least not in the general public. And nobody was doing a good job explaining it. They were either raising ridiculously unrealistic hopes about how far we would be and how soon, or else they were saying, well, it'll just never happen, which conflict in the scientific community. And of course, in the past 10, 15, 20 years, the messaging on global climate change has been very challenged, not because the scientific community has not made progress in their understanding of it and what it means and how it's going to affect us, but because the messaging has been all over the map, and the scientific community has very often allowed that to be hijacked in all directions by political interest who don't have the best interests of science at heart all the time, and who often don't really understand what the science has found. So they either claim too much or they refute things, neither one of which is really valid at that time.
Yeah, so what I hear you saying is it's important to have a good alignment between kind of the time period and the openness maybe of the public and society, for a message on certain scientific topics and trying to communicate effectively about them. Is that?
Yeah. You have to think about what's going on in the world. It's not just what's going on in your research or in your lab or in your environment. Think what's going on in the world. I have often said, people who are in the business of communication, ideally, they have to be like a magician performing on stage. You know what's going on behind the scenes, but if you want to get across with this thing, you also have to understand what they're seeing out there. That's what makes it work. So I think that there is some tendency, not to put people off here, I think there has been some tendency among some in the science community to say, oh, well, those people out there, they just don't understand. I will not sully myself by explaining it to them. But those people out there are the folks who can make sure you get funding. They're the people who can make sure what you're doing gets application and use in the world. There are people out there who can give you a sense of the public importance of what you do, which does matter. A simple way of putting it is this: you may be, whatever you do, in a lab, in a hospital, I don't know where you are, what you're doing your work, but you may care nothing about the shipping business. But if there's a piece of equipment in California and you're in Illinois and you need that piece of equipment, you are going to take the effort to figure out FedEx or UPS or someone, even if you hate it, because you need it. That's where communication sits for science right now. You need it. Whether you like it or not, you have to figure it out.
Yeah, I think especially for kind of working scientists who are at the bench every day, they feel so many different tensions and pulled in so many different ways. It's not just their research, but it's mentorship and often teaching and
sure. Well, and what you're doing is hard.
Yeah.
What you're doing is hard. I totally get that. I'm around people who do this. Your work is incredibly exacting. It takes an incredible amount of dedication. I know the kind of hours you often keep. I know the fact that you're often on these long arcs of development that lead somewhere, but you're not sure where. And in the end, it may not be a payoff. The biggest corollary I have in our business is investigative journalism. I've watched investigative journalists work for months and years on stories, and in the end have to say, yeah, didn't go where we thought. And so I appreciate how incredibly difficult it is. I'm just saying, this is one of those force multipliers. If you can communicate well about what you do,
absolutely,
your advantages are immense.
Absolutely. I guess, maybe the point for me is that while we all have to balance many different priorities here, and many times scientists are unsure where to put kind of efforts at public and science communication in that priority list, to your comment about the timing, neuroscience is maybe at a time right now where it is as ripe as it's ever been for trying to engage the public. We have some news from the federal government and scientific world of the BRAIN initiative, which trickles a little bit out into public consciousness. But I think what is getting into public consciousness more, and will be over the next few years, is we have for the first time an emerging neurotechnology industry. You have companies that are established companies that are now getting into neurotech, and new startups from some very famous and headline-grabbing people that are working in the neurotechnology space. So, I mean, to your point, I think this could be just a really ripe time where it just might be the time and place for neuroscientists to be engaged more in science communication.
Your work is incredibly important and it's incredibly interesting, but help people understand why it's so interesting, because it really is. And that's, when I talk about clear messaging, that's part of it. So let's say you've made it a priority wherever you are to say, we need to do something about this. What does it mean to make it a priority? Well, simple enough. It means pushing what you do out there in some fashion, through social media, whether it's through mainstream media, whether it's through conferences that touch a little bit beyond your own world.
Yeah.
Get it out there, let people know what you're doing. And that's just nothing more than bothering to do it. And then the other thing is, as you make it a priority, reach out to people who can help you with it. You know, I will tell you, there's a very, very renowned university in this country that for years and years almost never showed up in news coverage. And the reason they didn't show up in news coverage is because they made it so incredibly hard to reach anybody there. And they had no good system for it. And you constantly, if you called them trying to talk to somebody, you got the kind of a, yeah, we'll tend to that. And you might get a call back 6 or 7 days later, which in the journalism world is like last century.
Yeah.
And so make it a priority. And then, Chris, what you're talking about, the idea of messaging, think to yourself right now, if you're out there thinking, how do I get out there? Think about what you do and think about what's important, what is understandable to many people, and why that would be important to them. Then you take the prioritization of that and you match it up with that clear message of, we're doing this work and it's important now because of this. I mean, that really makes quite a difference. I'm reminded of a chess book I read years ago that had a great, you may be a little puzzled as to how to move forward with all of this. I read a chess book years ago that had a great line in it. The guy said, have a plan, even a bad one.
Yeah.
Because it's better than no plan. So try it. Maybe it won't work, but try it. Make some contacts, have a clear message, push it out and see what happens. The worst that happens is nothing, and you put a little extra work into your very busy schedule. But just like any process you've been through, you will learn if it doesn't work and try a different way.
Yeah. Yeah, not that different from the scientific process itself.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard a lot of talks and presentations about science communication, and they often focus a lot kind of on the execution of communication, which I want to get to with you because I think you have important things to say about it. But I want to touch on a few topics first that I don't hear talked about often enough. And actually, the first topic I want to talk about is communicating in the presence of and communicating specifically uncertainty. And this actually, I see aligns with one of the questions that's come in on the Q&A from, it looks like Ross Smith from Knoxville, Kentucky here. Ross says, science is an iterative and constantly evolving process. Society tends to want immediate answers with undeterred finality. How can scientists better communicate data, which is only a current best understanding, and then refine it without unfairly losing credibility and dismissed as inconsistent? This lines up, I think, with a famous quote by Stephen Jay Gould. In science, fact can only mean, quote, confirmed to such a degree that it would be perverse to withhold provisional assent, right? There is no such thing as 100% confirmed.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, this is something that I struggle with a lot, and I see the scientific community struggling with a lot, and I'm certain journalism struggles with this in uncertain situations too. What advice do you have for this tension between scientists who are thinking in terms of probabilities and consensus, and sometimes a society that wants more kind of finality from science?
I think Ross is raising one of the really chief problems, not simply with the scientific community, but frankly with our culture right now.
Yeah.
We have a real tendency for people to want an on-off switch. They want everything to be binary. Either it's this way or it's that way. And we all know that most things exist somewhere in the middle. That said, I think, Ross, what helps is to, first of all, always be clear about where you are in the process. That does help. Another example, Chris, that comes to mind right now is what has happened currently with the pandemic, when Dr. Fauci early on said, we don't know about masks. Well, he has had that politically thrown back at him over and over and over again. And I think that in the politically charged environment we are right now, I don't care what your politics are, it is problematic that when you try to describe a process, which is what science is,
mm-hmm.
that people can sample out any part of the process and say, aha, you were wrong. I think that's why it's really important to emphasize that it is a process and where we are in that process. And for all of that, don't lose sight of the truth. And don't be afraid to say the truth. This is, Chris and I had joked some time back, it's like the moment in the movie Dumb and Dumber when the guy says, would you ever go out with me or something? And she says, that's like 1 in a million chance. And he says, so you're saying there is a chance. We can talk about that, but do not let anybody play that kind of thing against you about your science. When you're able to say, look, we know this, and somebody says, is it absolutely certain? It's like, well, it's not absolutely certain that South America won't sink tonight.
Right.
But it's a pretty good bet it won't. So I think with science, it's also, don't be afraid to say the truth and put the truth up front. Don't qualify away your authority, and don't qualify away your work by saying, well, it could be this, it could be this, it could be this, and 5 minutes later say, but generally the answer is yes. Start by saying, the answer is yes, for this reason and for this reason. There is this out there that could possibly change the answer in the future.
Mm-hmm.
The answer is yes. That will help on all those fronts, I think.
I think that's good practical advice. I have a wonderful graduate student here, Matt O'Shaughnessy, who's headed into a science policy career, and I'm so proud of our PhD students to elect those sort of tracks. And he attended a talk here with Gina McCarthy, who is the EPA administrator under Obama. And one of the comments that she made was sort of surprising. She said that it was difficult in meetings with scientists and policymakers because the scientists hedged everything, right? And it sounds like maybe led with the hedging. And so her reaction to that was, you know, the policymakers then react with, well, we can do something when the scientists are sure, right? You know, as if there was ever going to be a point where there was 100% certainty. So what
there's not. I mean, you guys live in that world. You live in the world where you have to acknowledge that there's not 100% certainty in most things. Politically, people know it. They're not stupid people, but they want to act like there's 100% certainty because that's something they can sell. I understand that's very difficult, but I think that one of the things that science has to do is be assertive about what you do know, and tricky part, don't go beyond what you don't know. Don't get lured. If you're in a conversation with somebody, if you're doing a podcast, whatever you're doing to promote the work of that you're doing, don't let somebody lure you down a cul-de-sac and beat you senseless by getting you to comment about things that actually aren't what you do.
Sure.
You know, and it gets very tempting because it can feel like just simple conversation, and particularly if you're on TV, you know, somebody can ask you a question that you really want to jump on, but you have to pull back. I will say this about being a journalist. I'm an old-fashioned journalist this way. I have said for many years, I am paid to not care who wins.
Sure.
Like a referee. My job is to say, just go find the truth, tell the truth, and if one side's mad about it, well, I'm sorry, you're mad about it. This is the truth. And I don't care if you win or lose. It's an awkward thing, but I think when you approach interviews as a scientist, you know, especially if you get lured into something, whether it's political or something else, where somebody throws a question out there that makes you want to communicate, well, I'll tell you what I think about that. Remind yourself, are you speaking now as a scientist, or are you speaking now as somebody who feels passionately about an issue? Because it's a thin line to walk, but it's important to the credibility of your message that people know they can rely on you to speak as a scientist. All you do is you give them an easy way to dismiss you if you reveal yourself to be kind of one camp or the other, and I don't mean just politically, in any way, shape, or form. Tell me what you know. Tell it to me clearly, and let's get it out there. And the same if you're trying to push out something yourself, podcast or something else. Get it out there, let people understand.
Yeah, so that sounds like great practical advice to lead with what you're certain about, and to be careful when talking about things that are speculative, to make it clear, what is the boundary of what we know, and then to be careful about side taking. There's certainly a lot of documented evidence of bad actors taking the sliver of uncertainty that we might have about things and expanding on it. There's this wonderful book, Merchants of Doubt, right, that talks about examples where there are a small number of people, sometimes scientists aligned with external interests, who intentionally spread doubt and confusion to keep controversy alive. And that book includes examples from like tobacco, smoke, environmental issues, but we see some similar things in climate change today. And I can imagine as the neuroscience and neurotech industry becomes more part of public consciousness, that we may see some of that as well. So I'm not sure if you have advice. You're talking about not taking sides, but when there is other information, competing information that conflicts with what we do know in the science, sometimes it feels like we need to take a side in that.
But the side you're taking is on the side of truth. That's the side you take. And that's the side that I feel like everybody should be taking all the time. The side of truth versus the side of bad science or falsehood. That's not taking a side. Taking a side is saying, I'm going to take truth and try to shove it to the favor of this political group or that political group or this social group or that social group. You can do that if you want to, if that's what you want to do, but it will complicate your credibility as a scientist, I think. Now, some people will love you for it.
Sure.
I think it makes it a little bit harder for the general public to say, well, can I just trust this person? And we should be able to trust you. By the way, in terms of messaging, I want to make one thing clear. Make your message simple, but not simplistic. I know a lot of people in the scientific community sort of bridle at this notion when people say, oh, well, you need to communicate to the average person out there. And I understand that. You put a lot of work into what you do. What you do is, you know, many of you are doing really brilliant work. Some of you not so much. I'm not going to call anyone out. But many of you are doing really brilliant work. And it is hard to get that across to somebody who does something so radically different than you do that they may not even understand the basic language of what you do. But when I say make it simple but not simplistic, don't betray the brilliant work you've done by trying to make it so simplified, like that old Monty Python bit about, you know, today we're going to learn how to play the flute. You play the flute by blowing in one end and moving your fingers up and down the outside. That's beyond the pale, right? But you can make it simple. Strip your messages of a lot of the jargon that, you know, just a moment's thought will tell you, my lab mates understand this, but nobody else does.
Sure.
Strip your message of the arcane bits that don't actually move you forward with your message. Give me the part I can understand and explain it in a way that I can understand. My aerospace daughter had a description one day of a space launch that I've actually used since then, because it is a simple explanation without being simplistic. She was describing why space launches are so complicated. And she said, when a spacecraft takes off, it is changing velocity and temperature and weight and atmospheric pressure so rapidly that effectively every 15 seconds, it has to be a different vehicle. It would be like taking off in a Toyota and getting up to 500 miles an hour by changing parts while you move.
Right.
And that to me is a good example of making something simple, but not simplistic. There's that idea is simple enough that I can grasp it at home. And even though I may not know all the fine points of it, boy, that tells me something. That makes me say, I get your idea. So I think you're looking for that sweet spot. Do not betray your own research in your own field by making it seem simplistic, but do make it simple so people can peek in from the outside and say, I get it. I understand what you're doing.
Yeah, I think there's a question from Momoko Takahashi in the Q&A that I think is, if I understand what they're asking, I think brings up a question with what you're saying. They're saying one of the big issues I struggle with in science communication is to be aware of what is consensus or common knowledge for the scientist when it is not for the non-scientist. So I think I'm reading that, you know, that sometimes, you know, scientists think something is common knowledge or common consensus that may not be in society. And, you know, we live in these environments often surrounded by scientists. Do you have any recommendations for maybe how to read the room a little bit? You know, how to—
First of all, know who your audience is. That will make a big difference. Whether you're sending out something, or like I said, if you're doing a podcast or you're appearing on an interview or something else, know who your audience is. That will help you know what they do know. In the same sense that if any of you were called to speak to a group of grad students about your research, you would say one thing. If you were called to your child's career day in 3rd grade, you would still be talking about your work, but it'd be a very different message, because you could look out there and say, this is my audience. I need to speak in a way that makes sense to them. First of all, do know who your audience is. And it usually doesn't take much to have some idea of what their understandings and biases might be. And in that sense, you can be prepared for them, not to go to war with them over them, but to make sure that you're leading them down the path and helping them understand what's going on. And the degree to which you can sort of build bridges that lets them follow along with you, the better you have a chance of them reaching the end and saying, I understand what Chris is talking about. I understand what this person's talking about.
I tend,
they may not agree with you, but they'll understand.
Yeah. In my own work, I tend to rely heavily on analogies for describing, a scientific concept. And of course, you're going to use a different analogy with, my daughter's, elementary school class than you're going to with a group of, intelligent but non-scientist adults, for instance, at an event. So, I mean, that's one kind of practical way that I think about it, is thinking in terms
There's some things in science that also are hard to do in analogies. There are, sometimes you're trying to convey big numbers, really huge numbers. Sure. And you say, why, that's the same as all the ping pong balls it take to fill the Grand Canyon. And it's like, well, that doesn't make sense either.
That doesn't help me.
Imagine how many ping pong balls in the Grand Canyon. So
yeah, it is not more clear to me. So I think that's great. And I think there are a lot of helpful tips in there. I think there was a second topic that I wanted to move into, which is communicating authority, especially in the face of uncertainty, because there's this tension, that I think I see in the public, that people tend to trust science generally, but they also have some aversion to scientists, like, as individuals, acting as authority figures in policy making. So there's actually, I'll post in the chat, there are a couple of really great Pew Research studies out about this, where confidence in science is high, but there's also a strong sentiment that scientists should stick to establishing facts and not really be involved in policy debates. Now, especially this year, it feels like there's been a lot of erosion even of some of that confidence with the current coronavirus situation.
Yeah, but you know what that is. I mean, in all fairness, covering a lot of politics, what many people mean when they say that is you should stick to establishing facts that favor my side.
Exactly. Yeah, there's this
and listen, I will say this to all of you out there. This is a huge problem right now. We have kind of balkanized everything in this country right now. We have weaponized everything in this country right now. And you're going to have this challenge, and there's not a whole lot you can do with it other than remain true to your work, remain true to your message, and you just can't be that bothered by people doing this kind of stuff, because I've talked to scientists over the years who have had their research snatched up for some reason by political sides.
Yeah.
Completely misused. And they're sitting in a lab somewhere going, I don't know what to do, because I can't, what am I going to do? This is a hugely powerful, a senator or whatever, who just took this and ran with it, and I can't attack them because I simply don't have the power to do it.
Right.
And the consequences would be terrible, but I'm being misrepresented here. I think stick to your message, be straightforward. The authority, you know what I think? The authority rests in sticking to a clear message, repeating it often, getting it out there. It's easier to shove you aside if you only show up one time in this torrent of information we have today. If you show up one time and then you and your lab go away, and the person who misused it or who challenged you or said you're not to be trusted shows up 50 times, well, you're probably going to lose. Doesn't mean that you were wrong. It just means you're probably going to lose. So that's why we go back to where you start. You need to get your message out there. You need to let people know what you're doing, why it matters, because believe me, I think it matters. I think it matters a heck of a lot, and I want you all to be really good at it.
Yeah. There's this wonderful essay by John Marburger, who's the science and technology policy advisor under President Bush. The title is Science's Uncertain Authority in Policy, where he talks a lot about how the scientific worldview is that, in some sense, the scientific process and truth is kind of the ultimate authority. And in the policy and broader kind of general public world, it is a component of authority. And there are other things that garner or bestow authority, maybe. There's image and charisma and credentialing and all sorts of other things. And so, he talks a lot about scientists having to, if they want to be effective in science communication, to move away from from just relying on the truth of their statements to carry the day, but they have to kind of show up, and they have to build, in some sense he calls it charisma, but they have to build a communication sort of communication practice as well as your science.
Yeah, I think that's totally true. And I think I have, Chris, I've said at Tech before when I've talked with some of the folks at Georgia Tech, look, you want to get the message out? I would go through every lab, everything you have here, and not the person who knows the most about your subject, because you got some great people there who know a lot about many subjects.
Yeah.
I would find the person in each lab who can best convey what you do to people. They may not be the best researcher, the best scientist in the lab. And I understand that I'm treading on the hallowed ground of hierarchies here in different places. But every one of you has watched an interview on TV with the CEO of a company who makes the company look bad because they're a bad communicator. And when they're a bad communicator, it doesn't matter how right they may be or how great it is, it just doesn't come across. I would look around in your environment when you're getting ready and making this a priority. Look around in your environment and ask, who's really the best at this? Who can tell a joke? Who knows how to stand up and make people say, this is interesting? Because that's also part of authority. It should not be, ultimately, but we know it is. Part of authority in our society is your ability to step up and say, I'm the one you need to listen to, and here's why. Don't send out a puppet, don't send out an idiot, don't send out somebody who doesn't know, who looks good on TV.
Sure.
Send out somebody who is competent in all these skills, who really does understand your work and really does understand how to communicate it in a way that's compelling.
Yeah. So I think this dovetails nicely into a couple of questions that I'm going to combine together here from the chat, from Alexander Arguo and Yahia Ali. In interacting with the media to get this message out, these two questions are trying to touch on maybe some criticism for the media in trying to behave neutral.
I haven't heard criticism of the media in ages.
In 5 minutes, right? So on the one hand, maybe a criticism of the media for being more neutral or feign objectivism when maybe there really isn't a both sides case to be made. And the other point in the question is, I think related to this, what are the checks and balances as complex science information is being brought into the media to make sure that one, the reporting is accurate, but two, I think to Alexander's question, that we're not presenting false equivalencies and stuff like that.
I think some of those false equivalencies, I think some of the false equivalencies are born out of people, not just in the media, but everywhere, who just don't understand what you do. It's not that they don't want to, but they're often covering a million other things, and they just sort of say, well, here it is, and somebody says it's wrong, so I guess I better put on the person who says it's wrong. You're right, that's sort of, on the other hand, is not, as a matter of practice, it's not a smart thing to do for a smart journalist. But in fairness, just like in science, just like anywhere else, some people are really smart, some people are not so smart. Part of what will help is also seek out the people who you believe can understand and will understand when you want to get your message out there. Don't just get lured in by the shiny object of somebody, well, he or she, seems to get a lot of followers on Twitter or whatever. I want them to spread my message. Well, they may or may not be the best person to carry your message forward. So I do think it is a very fair thing. As much as people criticize the media, I don't know anybody who's more critical of the media than journalists. We're very, very tough on ourselves in meetings. You may not believe it, but if you were in our editorial meetings, you would hear us go over and over again. Are we getting this right? Are we being fair? Are we doing it the right way? Is there another side to this, or are there 3 other sides to this? Or is this established? Again, the problem for science is very often that the people you're talking to are struggling to understand what you do.
Yeah.
Help them as best you can. Many times, what was it? Was it Heinlein who said never attribute to malice what can be attributed to stupidity?
Yeah.
And very often I think that's the case with people, not just public in general. A lot of people, they just don't get it. They'd like to. They don't.
Now, the other part of Alexander's question here, I think, is a good one. You know, in journalism, I hear a lot of talk about admitting that there is a bias, you know, from any source, no matter how hard someone tries to be objective. And of course, science is being done by people who, you know, as much as our process tries to, you know, instill objectivism, it's not. It's still done by people. Do you think that being more upfront about that helps scientists, or does it muddy the issue?
Help scientists? Well, I mean,
science's cause.
You mean scientists admitting? I mean, look, if you're
sure,
if the funding for your lab comes from Monsanto, you probably should mention it. It doesn't have to set aside. And interestingly enough, I remember stories, I don't know, 30 years ago, there were stories about that very subject, saying that, you know, for so long, like there are so many labs that had been completely sealed off. And as bigger donors came in that represented major corporate interests, there were real questions about, well, what about the science? Is it really objective science anymore? Here's what I think about objectivity. I am a huge believer in it. And listen to what I'm going to say here, if you would, please, because I think it's incredibly important. It is to me, at least. Objectivity, true objectivity in science, in journalism, anywhere, true objectivity cannot be attained. But neither can true friendship or true love or true whatever. They are ideals to which we aspire. And we aspire to them because the aspiration, like the scientific process, keeps us pointed down the right road and trying for something. Will we fail? Of course we will fail. I will fail at all my friendships at some point. Doesn't keep me from trying because friendships matter. The quest for objectivity matters. And simply saying, oh, I'm on this side, now listen to me as if I'm objective, that doesn't cut it. There are people who do that. There was a whole new journalism movement that was based on the idea of tell me your biases and then tell me the story. And I'm like, well, I get that sort of. We all have biases. But at the same time, if we're going to have a collective understanding as people, I think we have to kind of work towards saying, let's raise ourselves up. Let's be better than that. Of course, I'm an idiot for thinking that's possible, but I still try.
Well, I certainly think scientists are no stranger to aspirational thinking in their technical lives. So hopefully that will be a welcome message as we think about how we communicate our science as well. There's a question that's been up in the Q&A for a while, and I think it's an important one. I was trying to find the right time to work it in. I want to make sure to get to it. Lauren Bradshaw asks, what can we do when, you know, those people out there that we were talking earlier just don't want to hear the message, regardless of how clear it is, or the audience assumes scientists have hidden agendas and can't be trusted? Do you have any advice for communicating in those situations?
Get out there more often. Again, don't let other people control the conversation by just speaking up more and more and more, because, you know, frankly, while you're busy working, there are people who are just busy commenting all the time. Get out there. Take that little effort. When I said make it a priority, get out there and get your message out there. Don't let people just run away with this any more than if you were sitting at a meeting and a colleague who was competing with you for, I don't know, funding or whatever, just started dominating the meeting by talking. Whether they're right or wrong, they may very well win in whatever you're competing over just because they said so much. Don't let that happen. Speak up for your discipline. You all put in too much work, and you've put too much of your lives into the thing you do to let it be beaten to pieces by a bunch of ninnies who just talk. You need to speak up for yourselves and foster those relationships. If you have feelings that certain journalists aren't fair, or certain whomever, whatever outlet you're reaching to, if you think they're not being fair, go find someone who you think is and foster a relationship. Send an email and say, hey, this is who I am. This is what I do. I'm not here to say you're wrong about everything. I just want you to understand that I'm a resource. I'd be happy to be connected with you. By the way, most journalists are pretty easy to reach. It's our job to be pretty easy to reach. I'm easy to reach. I'll tell you all right now, if you want to reach me, tom.foreman, Foreman, @cnn.com. That's all it takes. Send it to me. but put something in the message line so I know who you are, because I get about 400 emails a day and I handle them all myself, and I miss things. So send me something. If you want to talk to me, if you want to say I'm right, you want to do anything, you want to establish a relationship about your work so I understand it, send it to me and we'll try. May fail, but we'll try. And if I don't respond, send it again and again until I respond.
Thanks for that invitation. I don't want to end our time here together without taking just a couple of minutes to hear your thoughts about the craft of communication and getting better at communicating. This lines up with a question in the chat from Priscilla Ambrosi. You know, I think you work with a lot of journalism students, and you and I have talked before about, you know, the practical nuts and bolts ways that are effective at trying to get better at executing communication.
Yep.
So I'd love to hear your thoughts about personal and professional experiences that you feel make you a better communicator, and things that you think would make scientists better communicators if they instituted them as practices in their own lives.
Simply put, a couple of things. Read a lot outside your field. Read novels, read magazine articles, read books, read whatever, things outside your field, and read them with an eye to understanding why they communicate to you. Do the same thing. One thing I would say to young journalism students, sit around changing the channels on TV. And absent something that naturally interests you, like if you're into horses and you see horses, you remove that one because that becomes an outlier that you don't want. Ask yourself why you stop. Ask yourself what made you stop on some channel to watch more. These are the tools of communication. And I will tell you, I've been in journalism now for more than 40 years. And every year I feel like I'm just beginning to understand how to communicate, because it is complicated. You're trying to reach into somebody else's head and say, I have something I want to share with you. And I want you to be able to understand it and to embrace it. So read a lot, watch a lot, be aware of the world outside of your world, and recognize that much of the success for your communication is going to rely in, it's like a Rubik's Cube. You're trying to get this color from over here to over here and this one over here, over here. You're trying to bring them together. And if you can do that, you will have success in a wonderful way. And once you've done that, capitalize on those relationships you've built, and again, make it easy. Make it easy for them to email you, easy to call you, easy for them to get you on video if they need to. Now, not a month from now, right now. Start doing that, and you, I think, will be surprised at how people will come calling. Maybe not right away, maybe not all the time, but you can turn this into something that's worthwhile. And by the way, if you're uneasy being in front of the camera, because so much is based on video these days, then practice being in front of the camera. Start a video log or something. I don't care if anybody watches it. Yeah. Do it. I wrote a letter every single day to Barack Obama during his administration. It was kind of a joke. It was posted online. It was more of just kind of a running commentary. And people say, well, why on earth did you do that? And it was like, it had nothing to do with him being Barack Obama or the president. What it had to do is I thought this is a great way to practice. Mm-hmm. The more you practice communicating, the more you practice sharing your message with other people in a way that they understand, when you can look in their eyes and see they get it, the better you'll be at it. And then someday, some way, it will become effortless. And when you're suddenly in that moment where you get to communicate and it matters, great things will happen, I think.
I love it, because I do believe communication is a craft that you can get better at and not just an innate skill. Yeah. I know in a previous conversation you mentioned that you often recommend that people read poetry, and my performing arts background loves that, right? How the art can be used to show us kind of the most distilled and exacting language for communication.
You know, the smallest thing in some of your work, you can be developing something, some studies, some experiment, whatever, and you know the smallest little adulteration can radically change it in a way that can be very negative to what you're trying to do. This is language, and particularly today when language is so fraught in some ways. If you learn to use it as the tool that it should be to you, then you can unlock to everyone else this wonderful work you're doing. And it is wonderful. And it's I admire what you do. I admire you for the work you do. And I want everyone else to understand that they should admire it, they should respect it, to the point that even if it doesn't fit some other box they built around their beliefs in their life, they're willing to open the door and say, well, let me let that part in, because I know this person, their science is reliable, and I can adjust my thoughts accordingly.
Yeah. What a great note to end on. I apologize, there's some questions we weren't able to get to, but we're just out of time. Let me just make a note that if you want to continue this conversation at the top of the hour, I'll be moderating a panel of neuroscientists who are incorporating effectively science communication into their work, from going into science journalism as a vocation to podcasting and writing children's books. So I invite you to join us for that. For now,
and if you want to email me, feel free. I'll answer.
Yeah, tom.foreman@cnn.com. Thank you so much for your time today. Tom, I really, truly appreciate your thoughts and your experience here. And I'm just grateful for you joining us here at NeuroMatch.
My pleasure.
Kind of introduce the session. As scientists and academics, our identities are shaped by many different things, right? So for me, I'm Hispanic. I'm a first-generation college student. I grew up in small town West Texas. I'm a father. I'm a husband. And for as long as I can remember, I've always just really loved science, right? So science is very magical to me. It's very magical and beautiful, but also incredibly brutal at certain times, right? And so what I'm learning, the further I go in my academic career, the thing that really, even though I love science, the thing that really keeps me here are people. So there are really good people here that inspire me, and people that make me better. And people that are being really intentional about building up their own communities. And so the purpose of this panel today is to bring to you a lot of those really good people that are in neuroscience. Hopefully we can learn from them. Hopefully they can share some wisdom with us. And so I hope you're also maybe able to join the Black and Neuro sessions that were yesterday, the Queer and Neuro sessions that were earlier today. And what I really love about the session that we're going to have today is that we're kind of piggying back of both of those sessions and kind of bringing together multiple of these communities, right? So the Black and Neuro community, the Queer and Neuro community, the Latinx community, the women in neuroscience community, and kind of bringing them all together at the intersection of what is it like to be a first generation scholar? What's it like to start your academic career from scratch? So I hope this is just a good time to focus on our humanity and kind of share our experiences and learn from each other. And so that's really all I have to say. From here, I'll pass it on to Caroline. She can introduce herself and also introduce our panel.
Hi guys, so I'm Caroline Palavicino Maggio, and I'm a postdoc over at Harvard Medical School in the laboratory of Ed Kravitz, and I study Drosophila and behavior. So I'm really excited about this seminar because, as a first generation student, my parents are immigrants from South America. My mom is from Colombia, my dad's from Chile. They don't speak English. So my whole entire academic life, I've been navigating these spaces by myself and just being that liaison translator for my parents with the American community and my parents. So it's been very difficult to bring that home and also bring home to my workspace. So I really love that you guys are here because you guys can share these experiences with, with other people, and just kind of, I would love to see how you guys got to where you are. So today we have a really amazing lineup. We have Steven Ramirez, assistant professor at Boston University. Then we have Diana Bautista. She's a chair and professor at UC Berkeley. Then we also have Michael Burton, assistant professor at UT Dallas. And then Robert Carrillo, who's he's assistant professor at University of Chicago. And then Ellen Lumpkin, she's a professor over at UC Berkeley as well. And then David Jensch, did I pronounce that right?
Close enough, Jensch.
Jensch, okay, David Jensch. He's a professor at Binghamton University. Yeah, so if you guys, go ahead and say your stories, we would love to all hear. Do you want to start with Steven? You want to start?
Yeah. I would love to be the guinea pig and start here off the bat. I'll try to keep up with the 10 minutes. This is fantastic. Thank you guys so much for organizing this. I mean, I'm biased, but I consider this one of the most, if not the most important session, right, that we can actually go into, because it doesn't just have to do with science per se, but it gives us an opportunity to amplify our voices and each other's voices, which I feel like matter now more than ever and will matter this and next week more than ever as well. So so thank you all so much. Like, it really, these are my favorite kinds of talks to give, because it's, to put it candidly, it's a chance to keep it real, right? And actually tell our individual stories. So I'll, here, let me see. Does everyone see a big black slide right now? Great. So I wanna just give a quick 10-minute talk on just a little snippet of my life, which was basically how I got into grad school. And I kind of just want to use that as kind of like a pivoting point in my life, and then some of the things I learned along the way, and then to listen to everyone else's nuggets of wisdom, especially during the panel as well. But a little bit about me. We can start before I was born. So this is a small village in El Salvador, which is where my mom and dad are from. And this was the first time I visited there when I was like, I think I was 5 or 6 when I took this picture. But basically, my mom and dad are from El Salvador. In the early 80s, my dad left El Salvador to escape the civil war that was happening there. So to summarize my dad's life in 30 seconds, he left El Salvador, snuck across the border, got caught, was deported, waited a month, snuck across the border again, made it to Los Angeles, and then spent 2 years there trying to make enough money to bring my brother, sister, and mom over to the States. So in that time, he worked there, eventually was able to bring the rest of my family to the States. And when my mom landed in LA, very, very shortly, they realized she really didn't like LA. So they moved to New York, started a life in New York. My mom didn't like it. They moved to New Jersey and no one liked it. And then finally, they moved to Boston, and that's where I happened. And then I was born and raised in Boston. And very quickly, I think like most of us, one of the things that my family, like everyone around me, what they emphasized was getting an education, right? Because people can take a lot away from you in this world, but an education isn't one of them. Like once you have it, you have it. So when I was in college, I really had no idea what I wanted to do with my life, because I thought that I wanted to be an astronaut, or I really liked biology, but I also really liked playing music. I really liked reading Shakespeare for some reason. Like I just had no idea what I wanted to do. And it wasn't until junior year that it was through an accident that I even ended up discovering neuroscience, because I just didn't really have like the resources to just know what it is or to figure out what I wanted to do. So the short of it was, there was one day where I was volunteering in a lab just because I thought like, I have no idea what research actually entails. So I'll try to get some experience, because I didn't really know what I wanted to do. And then the first lab that I was in, there was a day where a centrifuge broke and I had to go across the street to use the centrifuge there. And kind of awkwardly, standing at the centrifuge was someone from organic chemistry class that I kind of had a crush on. So I kind of had a panic attack, because I was like, this was before I grew comfortable in my own shoes and skin. So I was just thinking of the multiple ways of starting this conversation. And ultimately we start talking about, like, what's your major? What are you interested in? And then this person ended up saying like, well, it sounds like you're kind of interested in everything. You should talk to this one person who was the person that would end up becoming the director of neuroscience at BU. And his advice was, well, if you like astronomy, and if you like neuroscience, and if you like biology, and if you like Shakespeare, why not study the thing that's produced all of those, right? And that would be the brain. Like, why not study the most interdisciplinary thing, presumably, that we know? And I thought that's a good idea, because I can use that as a way to kind of like cheat and study all of these different things that I actually enjoy as well, given how interdisciplinary it was. So it was through, like, J.K. Rowling has this great quote where it's like, I don't believe in fate, but I believe in hard work and good luck, and that a lot of the former leads to a lot of the latter. And I think most of us can agree that being minorities in STEM, sometimes that work is twofold, fourfold, or just a lot fold more than should be expected or than should be required. But we punch forward nonetheless. And at that time, I liked research, but I didn't love it. Like, I knew that I liked it enough, and it was kind of growing on me. And when I was thinking about applying to grad school, it was kind of depressing, because my GPA was not a 4.0. And according to my GREs, I didn't speak English at all, and I could barely do like addition and subtraction. So luckily, the one thing I did have was research experience. And I ended up applying to grad school, and then my dream school was MIT. And the only reason I ended up applying there was because my dad said he was going to be pissed at me if I didn't end up applying, because I was like, why would I apply? Because why would I apply to somewhere that I know I'm not going to get in? But luckily, he pushed me to apply. And then, lo and behold, I get this letter 10 years ago of actually being offered admission. And it was just like very much like this dream come true, where I was like, oh my God, like I actually, like this process actually happened. And I remember this day in particular where like I grew up super close with my family, and like I call my parents twice a day, like even if it's just for a couple of minutes of like saying, hi, how are you? Thank you for birthing me and being the reason I'm here. And then when I get this email, I called my dad, but I was in the dining hall and I had food poisoning. Actually, this was in December. So I had food poisoning, and I was in the dining hall eating by myself because everyone else was studying for finals. So I call my dad to tell him the good news, and I'm just like, Dad. And then as soon as I said that, I dropped my phone into the bowl of cereal that I was eating, and then it just ruined my phone. And I felt really bad because like my parents have always been really protective of me, and I could just imagine my dad, like he hears my raspy voice from getting sick and I say dad, and then the line cuts. Like I'm pretty sure he thought that I died, right? Like, and then I ran to the dorm and told my roommates, like, I got to use your phone. And I ended up using their phone, calling him, telling him that I got into grad school. Now, so that's all ponies and sunshine. I realized really quickly the world isn't ponies and sunshine, and it doesn't have to be fire and brimstone either, but it's something in the middle. So maybe the most common thing that I heard the first couple of years of grad school, and it was mind-numbingly infuriating, especially because we were so lucky to be able to have like success early on in grad school. Like a handful of discoveries worked, and I felt so grateful to actually be able to make a contribution to science. And then the most common thing that I would hear was like, you got this paper into science because there's a minority quota. You got this grant because there's a minority quota. You gave this talk at this prestigious blah, blah, blah because there's a minority quota. And it's one of those things where it's like, if you think being a minority made it easier to get this, then you don't understand what it's to be a minority in this case, right? So that was one of those things that I learned really quickly, that like my personal philosophy became like, for me personally, it's like, I don't fight fire with fire because that burns the whole building down. It's more like I like to fight fire with water, and actually taking that step and realizing what's the problem, how can we all be the water and actually snuff out those kinds of like criticisms, and ideally like educate everyone else on what it means to be a diversity in STEM, which is why I love this panel, because I think that that's exactly what we're doing collectively here. And then one of the things I learned, at least as a support system, to be able to kind of drown out the noise was like the idea that all of us here didn't sneeze and one day wake up in grad school, or we didn't just like accidentally cough and then we materialized with PhDs. Like you worked really, really hard to get that and you earned it, right? So it really is like that comfortable feeling of looking in the mirror and saying, you know what, like if you're a professional athlete, you know how to throw the ball and drown out the noise. And that's one of the things I had to learn early on, where it's like to listen and then drown out the noise and then throw the ball and continue to be good at the things that we're good at. And then like my friend Denise has this great quote where she says, like, if you really want to be successful and happy, like try to build an army around you of people you trust. And luckily I did end up having that in grad school, in terms of this is a picture of a talk that I was given with my sadly late colleague Shu, and we were this was like, that's where kind of the army really began for me in science, like having people that you can really trust. You have people around you that can actually commiserate with you, right? Like when the highs are high, you celebrate. When the lows are low, like you have that kind of support system to help pull you out of the trenches. So I really like that idea of being a community, or being like building that army, like having each other to prop each other up, but also to be a pair of ears or pair of shoulders, like when needed. And then lastly, I think like something that many of us might resonate with is like, for me, that army began on day 0 with my family. And like, this was actually the day of my defense. And that's one of those things that I realized, like, I'll end with this, but I realized along the way that there were a lot of people that were unfortunately good at giving bad advice. Cause it was like, I ended up staying in Boston my whole life. And a lot of people were saying like, well, why don't you go to California or to London or this or that? And then I'm like, that's a great idea, but like, what about what I want? And then it turns out that one of the biggest forms, if not the biggest forms of stability for me, that kept me from basically, that kept me sane throughout grad school, was having that support of both like my family and friends and colleagues. And it was one of the most like important, and it is the most important emotional support system that I have right now, because it's that army that I trust, of having people around me in general. And it was the kind of thing that like has helped throughout, and something that I think that like it really matters. And I think that it's something that for me, like personally, was the biggest reason why I wanted to stay where I stayed, because I like being able to go to the Cheesecake Factory with my parents every Sunday when the world was open and doing things like that. And like, it's that kind of emotional connection that kept me stable and keeps me stable. And something that, like, again, has really mattered throughout. But that's the brief snippet of I guess the sort of the middle parts of my life in general. So yeah, I'll leave it up to, like, I'll wait for the panel to actually be able to discuss with everybody. But yeah, but that's my story, and thank you, everybody.
That was amazing, and I could relate to so many stages of your life, especially with the family in the end. Yeah, my family's everywhere with me, even in labs, so everyone knows. So, okay, let's move on. So Diana, I would love to hear, and then we'll go to Michael.
Okay, great. Let's see. Let me see if I could share my screen. Is that working? Yeah, I see people saying yes. Let me see. Whoops. Okay, great. So now hopefully everybody can see that. So hi, everyone. I'm really excited to be here today. I agree. These are, I love attending these types of panels, and especially when I was a trainee, this really helped giving me fuel to continue on sometimes a difficult path, right, to graduate school and PhD. And so I'll just tell you a little bit about my path. So I grew up in the inner city of Chicago. I grew up under extreme poverty and lived in a small house with my mother, who was a single mom, my younger sister, my grandparents, and my great-grandmother, and sometimes aunts and cousins. So we were together, and it was great at some times, and other times it was really tough. I grew up in Chicago on the north side, pretty close to Wrigley Field, and I was surrounded by all of these great universities, right, who do amazing science, like Northwestern and University of Chicago and University of Illinois. And honestly, I had no idea any of them existed. And I didn't even really start thinking about college until I was a senior in high school and somebody asked me what I was going to do next. So I definitely was not on the scientific path. My family encouraged working very early on. So I started working legally at the age of 15, but my first job was actually selling tickets. I won't say how old I was. They were not legal, but I was selling tickets to go see the Cubs outside of Wrigley Field at an early age. And so definitely far from science. And actually, when I was growing up, I only remember one time really even expressing any interest in science. I always liked it. But one year, my sister and I, we were really young. Before the internet, before the days of the internet, there were things called catalogs. And to find out about the latest fashions, as you could see in this cover, or in our case, the best toys of the year, you would get these catalogs that were sent to your house. And before the holidays, the biggest catalogs would come with just hundreds of pages of the latest toys. And my sister and I would spend all of our time reading these, looking through all of the toys and making lists of, the big toy that we wanted, because Christmas was a big deal in our family. And one year I was really excited because they had this like double page ad for this chemistry set. And it said, it had like a flame from a Bunsen burner and had these cool looking, colorful, like, see the pink test tube. I really liked pink. And so you could make pink potions and magic experiments. But the best part was, and I couldn't find the original, was it said that you can make rotten egg gas and scare your little sister. And so for me, this was the gift that I wanted. Because even though this is, my sister and I are super close, and this is what we looked at like now, back then, because we shared the same room and we were had a 6-year age difference, and we shared a tiny room that was probably, thinking back, maybe a closet. You know, we were constantly fighting, and she was stealing my clothes and using all of my paper for her own homework, or like, you know, changing the TV channel. And so we were always fighting. And so I thought, oh my gosh, okay, I have to have this chemistry set. And so I could get my sister out of the room and have it to myself. So of course, what do? I tell Santa, I really need this chemistry kit. And on Christmas Day, you know, we celebrate on Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve by midnight, there's a big box, and I'm like, yes, it's the chemistry set. And when I opened it, it was the cut and curl Barbie head. And this, it looked very much like this, and you could dye her hair, and you could give her a haircut, and you could curl it. And I have to say, I love this Barbie head. And it was super fun. And I didn't really think about science for more than a decade later. And, you know, for my family, I hope this isn't a spoiler that Santa really didn't pick this out or make this decision, but my family thought they were doing me a favor, right? Because we didn't know any scientists. They didn't understand science. And the idea that I'd like a chemistry set was just a really foreign thing to them. And they were trying to steer me in a direction where I had some hope of having a future career. And so they encouraged my artistic creativity and my, you know, hairstyling abilities. You know, my side ponytail in the 70s was really hip. And, you know, wanted to support me by pushing me towards something that was more practical. And so I ended up maybe doing something not so practical, but trying to study art for a year and after high school. And I always have to, this is just objectively speaking, I was a really horrible artist. And everybody says, oh, you can't be bad at art. And the answer is yes, you can. And I enjoyed it, but I had no future as a career as an artist, or I had no interest in being sort of a commercial artist either. And I did some years soul searching about what I wanted to do next, and working odd jobs and doing some bartending and working at a really cool blues club in Chicago. And that was really fun. And eventually I became interested in environmental science. And through a local chapter of Greenpeace, there was some work being done to fight the placement of a toxic waste incinerator in a poor, uneducated minority community, very much like the neighborhood that I grew up in. And this introduced me to a lot of new ideas, environmental justice, activism, chemistry, toxicology, epidemiology, and how these things fit together, and how, you know, when I before this, when I thought of the environment, I thought it was sort of a hippie thing for Berkeley, those people in Berkeley, and it meant like hugging trees. And this really connected science and environmentalism to my local community. And I was fortunate to do some work at Greenpeace and get an internship, and decided that I would pursue and think about going back to school. And so in Chicago, I went to a community college called Malcolm X, where I actually took a science class because I didn't even take chemistry or anything in high school. I went to sort of more artsy school and took architecture and wood shop and electric shop, and actually took calculus, having not taken math in like 5 years. And, you know, I think I didn't take any, I took calculus after only taking high school algebra my first year, and really liked it. And it sort of came naturally to me. And I decided that I would apply to environmental science schools, and I got accepted to a really great program at University of Oregon. And due to financial difficulties and not getting enough financial aid, when I moved to Eugene, I couldn't actually attend the University of Oregon. And so I somehow convinced somebody at the local community college to let me work there in exchange for college credits. And I waitressed for a year, and I established residency. And then a year later, I was actually able to attend the University of Oregon. And I was taking ecology, and I have to say I had a hard time with that. And I was taking chemistry at the same time. And that seemed really fun and interesting and easy to understand. And so I decided that I would explore chemistry. And through neurochemistry, I had an early introduction to neuroscience. The other thing that got me interested in thinking about research for the first time was through my work study job. And so when I got to campus and I looked through the course catalog, I noticed that there were a couple of really interesting jobs in labs. And one of them I ended up taking, which was to make fly food in a Drosophila lab. And fortunately, Peter O'Day was a really amazing mentor. He runs their MARC program and HHMI summer research program, and very quickly allowed me to not only make fly food, but to participate in experiments. And this is just a picture of us working in a dark room where we could use night vision goggles and look at light-evoked electrical currents in Drosophila phototransduction. And this was a really important experience in my career, because it showed me how cool neuroscience could be, how you could think about, how cells communicate and how we interact with our environment in a different way that maybe got me to college, but in a way that I thought was really exciting. How do we process these environmental signals into electrical signals and experience the world through our nervous system? And being in this lab, and Peter O'Day and Juan Basigalupo, who served as mentors, they both introduced me to the idea of graduate school and a career in research that I never knew anything about. And also the important thing, that you don't pay to go to graduate school. I remember saying, oh, that sounds great, but I can't afford it. I already have $40,000 in loans for my undergraduate. And they're like, no, you could apply and get a fellowship. And so I learned so many things through that experience, and ended up applying to graduate school. Steve, you mentioned your GREs. That was a really sore point, and I'm really proud that Berkeley now does not require the GRE for graduate school. And I remember this was before cell phones. I won't say what year it was, but I started getting phone calls, and I got my first phone call from Stanford inviting me to interview for graduate school. And I was so excited. They called me, they invited me to interview. And then right when they hung up, they called me right back and they said, oh, by the way, we didn't get your GRE scores. Can you send those? And I said, sure, but they're really bad. Are you still gonna let me come and interview? So that all worked out. And I fortunately just got a degree in neuroscience and got to study in the lab of Rich Lewis, who was a junior faculty at the time. And he was a really great mentor and just had a real passion for doing science, and didn't really, let us worry about the other things, and just said, just follow the interesting work. And that was something that I definitely did. After grad school, I wasn't sure what I wanted to do next. And I applied to a variety of postdocs, and was fortunate to work with David Julius at UCSF. And one thing that he really taught me, he had the same philosophy: just do the science, don't stress too much about what happens next. Because if you just focus on the science and follow the interesting results, even if it's not the question or what you were expecting, the rest will follow. And that was really great advice. And seeing him in the lab all the time and working with him side by side was also really important in my career development. And I just want to say that in addition to mentors, collaborators played really important key roles in my career. And it's something that we really value in my lab today, and something that made a difference in all of the science that I've done along the way. And I want to highlight a collaboration with Ellen Lumpkin, who happens to be on this panel. We didn't know we were going to be on this panel until recently. We met in the early 2000s at her poster at SFN. So you never know what's going to happen. And hopefully we'll all get to go to a poster session again sometime soon, because these personal interactions and spontaneous random interactions can really change your career. And we became fast friends. Here's us doing an experiment in her kitchen shortly after we met in San Francisco. And we started a lifelong collaboration. And recently, many people have a 2-body problem because of their spouse, but we created a 4-body problem in that we decided we wanted to formalize our collaboration and co-run a lab together. And so now we went on the job market together, and we looked at a variety of schools. We looked at Columbia, we looked at Berkeley, and our 4-way vote was a 4-way tie. And now we have a really wonderful lab together at Berkeley that we're really excited about exploring mechanisms of itch, touch, and pain. And we value collaboration and rigorous science and diversity, equity, and inclusion across all levels of the lab. So thank you for letting me share my story, and I'm excited to hear everyone else's.
Wow, thank you, Diana. That was awesome. So I actually have very similar things. Like, I started working when I think it was 8, and it was not. So it was mostly just hustling. You know, I lived in a building in Manhattan. There's, you know, when you live in housing authority, there's a lot of huge buildings with many, like 100 floors. So you can go knock door to door, and I would sell like the most random things from the house. And my mom would be like, well, where did my sack go? I'm like, I don't, you know, it's just, I would do random. So I used to hustle too when I was little, just trying to get extra money. And my parents, we celebrate Christmas Eve until like 4 or 5 in the morning. And then the kids are passed out on the coats, you know. That's very my family.
That's so funny. That's great.
So, okay. Michael and then Robert.
That was great. That was such an amazing story. Okay, so let me try to share my screen. Everybody can hear me all right, yeah? Perfect. So for me, the beginning of my story is a little bit similar to Diana's, in the fact that I was actually born and raised in Chicago. And actually, we went to the same high school. How you just described it, I'm pretty sure we went to the same high school. I think we did. But anyways, and so I grew up single parent home. Mom, we were Section 8 housing, kind of bouncing around from place to place, on welfare, not on welfare, and things like that. And so from an early age, actually, I was very much catapulted to position of being kind of the man of the household, if you will. So I had an older sister. I have an older sister and a younger brother. And it was kind of placed upon me around, I would guess, 7 or 8, where I was taking care of my little brother, who's like about 5 years younger than me, babysitting him, making sure he ate, making sure my sister ate, took care of my bigger sister, and things like that. And so it wasn't very clear or even an exciting thing for me to even like school. Actually, it was a very frustrating thing. It was one of those, I got to go do this. You know, I got to walk my brother to school, walk my sister to school, et cetera, et cetera. Being, you know, Black from different parts of Chicago, one of the things, especially I grew up in the 90s in Chicago, which is kind of a peak gang violence era. I had a lot of trials and tribulations with various gangs and gang violence, and actually having to learn how to do at one point 3 different handshakes as I walked from school through 3 different territories, or different nods, or making sure to wear neutral colors, just to make sure that I was getting, I would get home to and from school safely. And it's kind of insane to think about now, but it's definitely, it was a reality. And I was actually talking with my little brother about this the other day when I told him I was going to be on this panel, and started thinking about growing up and remembering losing a lot of friends and good buddies, cousins, family members throughout our lives, and being able to say we made it out there. Made it out is actually a very real and humbling experience, definitely. And kind of the things that rang true to me growing up that I have used through most of my life, I even tell this to my students now, is when you're deciding to go through life, you have to make sure, if school, work, whatever, that 3 things. One is you have to be passionate or motivated or interested in what you're doing. The other thing is it has to bring you enough happiness to keep continuing to do it. And then you have to be good at it, right? So I think Diana was saying earlier she loved art, but maybe she wasn't, hit with that art bug, or had that art bone in her body. But and it is important, right, to be innately good at it, but to try to figure that out. And so my mom did a really good job of kind of motivating me to try to figure out what that would be. And so I went to a high school that had the ability to try different technical aspects. So I had, in high school, I didn't have some of the typical classes either. I had like car shop, wood shop, et cetera, to try to figure out if those were some of the technical avenues I wanted to go to. That particular high school does not do that anymore, but it used to. But then I kind of fell into prototypical African-American culture. How you get out is either through playing sports or rapping or some other type of thing like that. And I ended up playing sports. If we were in person, you would realize, you may realize over Zoom, I am a really large person. I'm close to 6'6", 6'5", 6'6". In high school, I was closer to 300 pounds. I'm not as big, but still pretty gigantic. And so obviously I played football, and football, it is a love of mine. It brought me interest, it brought me happiness, but I wasn't necessarily naturally that great at it. And so I had to work and build on it, but then kind of got engulfed in that. And so that kind of took over my life from early high school. And then when I was deciding on where to go to college, I ended up deciding to go to the University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign, or Fighting Illini, and ended up walking onto the football team and starting to play football for a couple years, and ended up working to the point of I was getting offered a scholarship for the next year, and then I got hurt. The ultimate story, got hurt real bad, and so I obviously had to give that up. Being a sophomore in undergraduate at a great institution, and trying to figure out how I was going to get by, and so I was paying for it through Pell Grants and a number of kind of help aid that I was getting through FAFSA, et cetera, and was super excited because it was half aid, half loans, and so I was going to get out of that, right? I wasn't going to have to pay for it. Then ended up hurting myself real bad and trying to figure out what am I going to do with all this extra time. I was getting up, working out, going to the gym every morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, every afternoon, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so twice a day. There's a ton of time in a day. One thing that I learned playing sports is just the discipline to be able to get up and utilize all of my day. And so I ended up dating someone who was working in a lab, and at the time she was like, well, you should work in a lab and try. And I didn't know exactly what that meant, obviously, or how to do it, and I was always interested in science, but I was never like fully invested in it. And one of the most influential professors in my life actually ended up was teaching I was taking this toxicology class. It was just like this random, learn a little bit about toxicology, and we were told as athletes to take it because it was easy. And so I ended up talking to the professor. He's like, you should join my lab. I'm looking for someone, and we're doing really cool research in reproductive physiology. I was like, well, that sounds interesting. I don't know, what that word meant, but we'll try. And so I ended up working in his lab, and the lab was really cool. It was trying to understand how the male reproductive system worked, and to develop a kind of an oral contraception, if you will. So some type of temporary way to prevent males from be able to procreate. And so it was a really cool idea, a really cool thought, actually, that process is still kind of underway. While that wasn't interesting to me 100% while I was figuring out how to do all those different things, I did learn that being in the lab, being consistent, those things really kind of play to my strengths of my personality, my type of personality. And so I ended up continuing on with that, finding a different lab, and doing some research in what we call neuroimmunology, and ended up taking off from that. And as an undergraduate, was a part of a couple different papers, a couple different projects, and kind of just grad school was just like the next evolution, like the natural next step. And so I ended up staying at University of Illinois for a PhD, and ended up getting it in neuroimmunology and behavior. But that process wasn't that easy. It was actually a very difficult process. A couple things. What I learned is, being from kind of a diverse background, and it seemed as if folks looked at you a little bit differently. At least to me, it did. And people knowing, that I was a kind of a meathead kind of guy, in high school, I felt like I had to work a little bit harder in order to prove myself. And so some of the normal things that we had to do in graduate school, like publish a paper, one paper, maybe two, pass your quals X year, et cetera, found myself having to do passing my quals a little earlier. The first time, not the second time. Ended up, by the time I graduated from a PhD, I ended up having 4 or 5 first author papers as opposed to just 2, just to feel like I was equal to some of my colleagues. And it was it's still something that I deal with on a regular basis, is that feeling of making sure that it's known that I'm belong. But anyways, and so with that process, I ended up finding a job with a guy that was at Harvard, and ended up moving his lab to UT Southwestern. And I was super desperate, actually, moving to Boston, and because I was really stoked about that. And when he called me, he was like, I'm actually going to be in Dallas. I almost didn't go because I didn't want to be in the South for a lot of reasons, and we could talk about that later. But ended up, kind of sucking up, going to UT Southwestern, and working with him, and learning a lot about myself. We're learning a lot about not just about the lab, but I think about management, people management, my career management, and the importance of all that. And so now I can say that I moved to University of Texas at Dallas for a second postdoc to kind of integrate some of the things that I learned as a postdoc at UT Southwestern. And so I took my neuroimmunology training from my undergrad and grad school, and at UT Southwestern, and learned a little bit about endocrinology and molecular genetics, and then went to UT Dallas to work with a pretty well-known guy in pain by the name of Ted Price, and kind of put all those together, and now have my own independent lab in looking at how the peripheral immune system affects pain, but also metabolism, whole body metabolism, cellular metabolism, and then sex differences in endocrinology there is. And so that's kind of the gist of the story. There's many parts more to that, obviously, but I was going to go ahead and make sure I didn't talk for more than like 9 minutes, and I did, so I'll stop. So sorry, y'all.
No, it was awesome. Thank you, Michael.
Yeah.
I could relate with a lot of parts, especially growing up with the gangs and stuff. So when I grew up in Washington Heights, one of the things was the Latin Kings and Queens.
Oh yeah.
So you had and like it was big time, and like especially in the 80s, the drugs in New York were atrocious. You know, like Times Square wasn't Disney, you know, like it was before. It was a red light district, so it was very tough growing up there. So I definitely could relate with the, you know, walking around and dealing with all of that. So just your path was really cool, because I could really relate with a lot of that stuff you were saying, especially with Section 8 and stuff and changing. Yeah,
yeah, for
I
sure.
get that.
Yeah, for sure. Cool.
All right, Robert, and then Ellen.
Hello, everybody. So this is pretty fantastic, because this is the first time I've been, so I've given the similar talks, but I've never heard of other people's stories. And this is fantastic, because I'm hearing myself in each one of you, and this is, oh my goodness. Okay, let me try to share my screen here. Where's my PowerPoint? Hold on. There we go. Can you guys see this? All white. Yes. Okay. To talk today, and also again, it's great hearing these stories. I mean, it's like spot on, like awesome. So before I get into to describe anything about me, I have to first introduce the family. So this is the Carrillo family. This is mom and pops. This is Maria. This is Plutarco. His nickname is Taco. This is a T-shirt. So I put this on a T-shirt when he retired, and we all wore it to his little retirement party. So that's legit Taco. He's the man. This is little Maria. This is my older sister Martha. Little David, Ralph, and this is Taco Jr. So this is Taquito. And this is me. So my nickname is Nufo. So you know, this is the backbone of you know my how I got here. My parents, my mom is from Michoacan, my dad is from Jalisco. They came here in their late teens, early 20s, and you know they did the working in the fields route. And you know, unfortunately, when they were their education, my dad finished first grade, my mom finished second grade, so they weren't able to go through the whole educational process. So they valued hard work, you know, just like everybody else, but they didn't understand the process of education. They knew that they didn't want their kids to work as hard as they did, but the process was not there in terms of them understanding, okay, there's college out there. They didn't understand that. And so I didn't have that mentorship, again, similar to many of you. I'm from Central California. I don't know if Berkeley people would know this. I'm from a little town called Stockton. If you've heard of Stockton, it's probably for the bad reasons. You know, it's one of the cities that went bankrupt, crime, drugs, all that jazz. But it's home, so you know it's in the heart. The whole saying, you can take the boy out the hood, but you can't take the hood out the boy. So that, you know, it's tried and true. And it'll always be home. My parents are there. Most of my siblings are still there as well. So this is little Robert. You know, working on that keto diet with that cake in Stockton. Like many of you, I started working very early. This is my first picture. I don't know, but this is, you know, in terms of hustling. So this is when I started my first job. I had some cousins living with me. They were older, and they were delivering newspapers. And you know, we have a big family. There's 6 of us, and then we had 2 cousins over there with us. So income wasn't that great for my dad. So we sort of had a monopoly of the paper routes in the neighborhoods. So we got up every morning at 3:30 in the morning and delivered these newspapers. Initially, it was fun because, you know, you got to be out there with your cousins, but shit, after a week, you're like, oh, damn. So I tell people that this was my longest job because even in the 11th grade, I was still doing this hustle in these paper routes. And at this time, you know, similar to many of you, I started thinking like, what am I gonna do now that, you know, 12th grade is coming around? I'm gonna be graduating soon. So for me, school was, I did well, but mostly because I wanted to get my parents off my back. I do well, I can go out and do whatever I want. They weren't telling me, hey, you got to be doing your homework. I showed them the report card. Okay, it's all good. Go do what you got to do. They couldn't take care of, they couldn't micromanage 6 kids. So come 12th grade, I was like, okay, what am I going to do? I had no clue. So college, like many of you, I didn't know what college was. I didn't know research. I didn't know any of this. So I approached my parents and I was like, all right, guys, I'm going to be graduating from high school. My older sister graduated high school, but she ended up working in front office. So she didn't go to college. So I asked them, what should I be doing after this? My dad, he's all about stability. Go to the Army. The good benefits, excellent retirement package. After 20 years there, you're set. My mom gave me this other suggestion. You can be an electrician because everybody needs an electrician. And I was like, I don't know about this. Electrician didn't sound too bad. You know, you make a decent amount of money. You can get yourself a home in Stockton. You know, the prices weren't that crazy. But at the same time, I was like, you know, I kind of want to get out of Stockton. You know, if you don't get out of Stockton at this stage, you pretty much are going to remain in Stockton. Again, it's not that I didn't have a great time growing up. I enjoyed myself there, but no, there wasn't too much in terms of trying to explore what really is out there. So I couldn't go to my parents for college. I couldn't go to my sister, but I was very fortunate, you know, even though, you know, all of us, we got a little bit of nerd inside of us. I had friends that were even nerdier than me. So they were applying to colleges. They were taking the SATs and I was like, oh, so I guess I should be taking these SATs and why not? I'll apply to college as well. This is sort of my meal ticket out of Stockton. And so I applied to, again, not knowing colleges, I knew of University of California because some of my friends were doing it. I wish I would have known out of state because I would have absolutely gone out of state. I tell people nowadays, you know, if you make less than a certain income, you have a full ride at many of these institutions. At UChicago, you make less than I think it's 100,000. And I was just like, come on, my parents, like, I remember filling out that FAFSA, like there's no way. But still, I was fortunate enough to apply. And this was where you had to go and hand in your application to the mail. You couldn't just email it. I got into a bunch of UCs. And so I was very fortunate. And this is the first time then that I encountered this. So I remember being in Mr. Saunders' English class, and this was during senior year after we've gotten our acceptances. And he asked us what we were doing after 12th grade. And so everybody went around and said, oh, I'm doing this, going here. And so it came to me, I said, oh, I'm going to UCLA. And then I won't say the kid's name, but two rows behind me, this kid gave a smirk and said, oh, he got in because he's Mexican. Because he wanted to go to UCLA, but he didn't get in. I mean, he didn't know my grades, he didn't know my extracurricular activities, but he just automatically assumed that, all right, he's a minority, so he made it through. And this was during the time where, if you guys remember Prop 209, the whole affirmative action in California in like the mid-90s. So there was a lot of race issues going around during that time. But you know, this is a theme that comes up again and again during my career. But you know, similar to what Steve says, you know, we fight it with water instead of fire. So I brushed it aside and just carried on. And so this is graduation. I don't know why I look very, very sad here or mad or something. I don't know what it was, but this was graduation with the full, look at that lush hair there. So I ended up visiting a bunch of different UCs, but when I went to UCLA, I was like, wow, this campus is fantastic. And, you know, for better or for worse, I walked to UCLA campus and I was mesmerized by the women on campus. And I decided, I told my cousin, I was like, I'm going to UCLA. And that was the decision. I remember going to Berkeley and, you know, the whole tree hugger thing, that didn't vibe with me. So, but UCLA, it vibed with me. And again, not knowing whether a school is prestigious or not, I couldn't go online and just sort of search for these. But I went to UCLA. This is the first lab photo. And like Diana, I had to get work study. And my parents couldn't contribute to the education. I had Pell Grants, Cal Grants, but still there was some need there. So I ended up washing glassware in the lab. And this, again, my first year there, I saw these people walking around with coats using pipette men, again, not knowing what the hell they were doing. But it seemed important because they had that coat. And so my PI at the time, Larry Simpson, he noticed that I was asking questions to everybody in terms of what they were doing. And so he offered me a position that summer. And so I figured, okay, I asked him, I was like, so I don't have to wash dishes, right? No, you don't have to wash dishes. I can wear this lab coat, right? He's like, yeah. And so, for whatever reason, as a freshman, that lab coat, it gives you that, I don't know what it was, but it gave me that like, all right, I'm somebody. Nowadays, I don't want to wear a damn lab coat, but back then it was the thing. And importantly, I got paid to do this research. And so that to me was like, okay, so there's a trajectory for this where you can get paid to do this quote unquote research, which I still didn't understand what it was. So this opened up this is what opened up the door to research and into what actual critical thinking and using research to answer questions. And so this is Larry Simpson, and this is his wife, Agda Simpson, who's also in the lab. This was completely non-neuro specific, but I worked in the lab for 4 years. So I was 5 years. So I worked there for 4 years, in part through the help as well from the MARC program. Many of you are probably aware of that, because there's no way that I could have not worked during my undergraduate career, but the MARC program helped me throughout. So I'm in great debt to Larry and Agda. So there at UCLA, I took a course, neuroscience course, which I completely became enamored by neuroscience, and just in terms of being able to, trying to understand the molecular basis for how memories form. Like that to me, like grasped me. Like I could close my eyes. I just met you guys. I can close my eyes and still be able to picture you. For me, like that was like how is that encoded in my synapses? And so that is what sort of led me on the neuroscience career. Then for grad school, I knew about colleges, so I looked throughout the U.S. and that led me to the East Coast here in Connecticut. And I met this gentleman here, Hai Kashishian. So he's one of the I never ever. Oh, did I break it up there? Am I back? Can you hear me?
Nah, yeah.
Yep. Okay. I never thought that I'd be working with fruit flies. First of all, I was thinking I was going to go mouse model, but in working with Haig, he provided the mentorship that I needed, and for me that was super, super important. I had a set of questions that I wanted to answer, which I could do in the fruit fly, but for me, his mentorship was much, much better than the other rotations that I had done. And so, lo and behold, I ended up being in a Drosophila lab. So I was there for 5 years. During this time, I had some friends who were doing consulting after they had done consulting after grad school, and they had told me how much they made, how much their signing bonus was. I went through the whole interviewing with these consulting firms, and I almost did it. I almost jumped ship and went consulting. That money was very enticing, but I ended up telling myself, I can stay here, and if things don't work out, I can sort of go back to consulting if needed. So I went to Caltech and I did my postdoc there. I was there for 5.5 years with Kaizen. And then at Caltech, I was very fortunate to work on some successful projects. And then came time to look for faculty positions. And I went to several places, but the one that stuck with me was University of Chicago. So, for me, it wasn't just the prestige of the university, it was the fit for me, what complemented my personality. My back, there we go. So this here was during a retreat before I had even started. And this was during overlapped with Halloween. This is one of my colleagues, Chip Ferguson, dressed in this cat meme outfit. And he was getting down on the dance floor. And I was like, and there were a bunch of faculty like dancing. And I was like, okay, like this is a place where I can see myself. And it was still UChicago. It had that rigorous research that I really wanted. So this was the place for me. So now I've started my group there. And so now we have a cohort. So we have some graduate students, some undergrads, a senior researcher. So now I've found sort of my identity there, and I've created the identity because now I have a group which I'm head of, and I try to integrate people who sort of complement and to fit into that group. And I've been very, very fortunate to have this awesome group of people. I've been there about 3.5 years. And for everybody that's out there, if you have any questions about whether it's research or personal related, anything, you can hit me up on my email. I'll give you my number, text, whatever. It doesn't matter. Hit me up because everybody here has gone through this, which again is amazing. But feel free to hit me up, and yeah, that's my my trajectory.
That's awesome. So Robert, some of the questions are, was that person photoshopped in your presentation? The last person?
Which person? Oh yeah. Yes, absolutely. You see that? I needed to include her. I mean, come on.
That's cool. Oh, that was a really cool story. And with their cousins too. Yeah.
Again, it's awesome.
Definitely.
I was gonna say, it's awesome hearing everybody else's, like that, it puts everything into context and knowing that you're just not alone. Like, I think that's huge, at least for myself. It's hopefully for a lot of people out there.
Exactly, definitely. Okay, then we'll go Ellen and then David.
Get my camera back on here. Okay, well, I guess I want to start by saying that I feel so many connections to the talks I've heard today. A statistic I've heard a lot recently is that 95% of scientists feel imposter syndrome. And this really brings it home to me that even though I constantly feel like, oh, I'm so different and I'm so other and nobody understands how I got here, there are elements of many of the stories that I feel like I have a lot of connections with. So it feels good to know that that although we come from different paths and different backgrounds, there are these recurring themes that have led us to persevere. And it makes me feel this sense of community. So let's see. Okay, there we go. So here is where I'm going to start. So I'm going to start by telling you where I've ended up, and then hopefully that'll make sense of how I got here. And where I've ended up is that my lab studies the sense of touch. It's something I've been fascinated with for 20 years or more. And one thing that I think a good thing that has come out of this crazy COVID time is that it really reminds us how important human touch is. That that now that many of us are deprived of the ability to touch, just to give a hug to someone who is grieving or to give a high five to someone who's celebrating, it feels really unnatural to not be able to do that in these days. So the emotional components or affective components of touch are really important, but touch is also really important for what we call discriminative touch. So using our sensory system to distinguish the spatial features of objects in the world. And it's the touch receptors in our skin that constantly sends this information to the brain, where it's processed particularly to guide fine motor skills. And the touch receptors that we spend a lot of our time studying are important not only to execute fine motor skills, but particularly important for learning new motor skills. So when children learn handwriting, or when those brave souls learn how to play a musical instrument like this pianist, it's these the feedback that we get from touch receptors that really allow us to acquire these motor skills. So a question that has fascinated me for since I was a postdoc is, how do different classes of touch receptors produce unique patterns of neuronal activity to represent specific tactile features? And it's a fascinating question because touch receptors are quite structurally and functionally specialized so that they respond well to particular aspects of a complex stimulus. And here I'm just showing you a movie that a graduate student in my lab, Kara Marshall, who's now on the job market, took when she was a graduate student. And what you can see in this histology three-dimensional reconstruction is that these touch receptors look really different. So some form these elaborate ring structures, others form these little picket fences, and still others project up to the upper layers of the skin to make tight connections with epithelial cells. So this is a question that I've been pursuing almost single-mindedly since I was a postdoc, is how do these touch receptors interact with or collaborate with epithelial cells to encode different aspects of touch. And I guess from there, I want to tell you a little bit about how I ended up studying this question that I have really been almost obsessed with since I was a postdoc. So like everyone else on this panel, I'm a first-generation college student. I grew up in a very rural area of Deep East Texas called the Piney Woods. It's a rural, socioeconomically disadvantaged area. When I was a kid, I drove tractors, I raised cows, and what I really wanted was to be a rancher. And some of the panelists have talked about their families as immigrants working in the fields. My family had been in East Texas for several generations, but also spent a lot of time working the fields. So this is my dad when he was probably 3 or 4 years old, wearing his little farmer's hat. This is my mom and dad and my sister and me. I was probably 9 months old or so there. And you can see how forested it is. People think of Texas as being pretty dry and dusty, but East Texas looks much more like the South. So it's called the Piney Woods because it's a swath of Texas that is a big pine forest. So I wanted to be a rancher, and what I didn't realize when I was a kid was that the way that one got to be a rancher these days is by inheriting a ranch, and that wasn't going to happen for me. But nonetheless, I wanted to go into agriculture. And so in 9th grade, I enrolled in vocational agriculture classes and joined the Future Farmers of America so that I could learn how to be a rancher. And in FFA, I learned so many life skills. I learned public speaking. I was particularly excited about parliamentary procedure and Robert's Rules of Order. I took a ton of leadership classes, and I also was particularly good at meat and dairy judging, and actually went to state in a dairy judging competition, which was very exciting in high school. The other thing that the FFA did for me that was absolutely essential is that I was able, through the FFA and the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, to receive enough scholarships to fund my college education, because my family couldn't afford to send me to college. That was very clear early on. My mom, in fact, told me in 9th grade that I was going to go to college, but that they didn't have any money to pay for it. So I needed to get enough scholarships to pay for it. Otherwise, my only option would be to go to the college 20 miles from home in Nacogdoches, Texas. So she gave me plenty of time to figure out how to get scholarships. And
the emphasis on my education was really strong in my family. So this is a picture of my grandma, and that's my dad and my Uncle Wick. And my dad and my Uncle Wick were the ones who helped me raise cattle, because my mom said that since I was a girl, I should take homemaking, and that there was no reason for girls to ever need to raise cattle. And my dad would say, Della, leave her alone. If she wants to raise cows, I will go borrow the money and we will buy her a steer for the show. But my grandma, who only got through her 3rd grade education, always said that, and this is something we've already heard in this panel, that you have to get your education because no matter what, they can't take that away from you. And so we were, from very early on ages, it was clear that we were going to college somehow. So in FFA, really as a 9th grader, is how I got excited about science. And I'll tell you how that is. So in the future, or in the vocational agriculture class, one of the things we learned in 9th grade VOAG was Mendelian genetics. And so, as you probably know, Mendel devised his laws of inheritance by crossing peas. But as a VOAG student in East Texas, I learned about genetics by studying coat color in cattle. So this is a picture of Angus cattle, purebred Angus cattle. They are come in 2 colors, black and red. And so black is the dominant coat color, the dominant allele, and red is the recessive allele. So if you take a homozygous black bull and you cross it to a heterozygous red cow, then what you get are, a homozygous red cow, you get a heterozygous calf that has a black coat color. And that seems pretty straightforward. And you can see those cows are also very beautiful. So that was cool. But what really blew my mind away was shorthorn cattle. So I've told you already that red is the recessive coat color, but it turns out in shorthorn cattle, there are red coats and there are white coats. And so if this red bull named Sol Redblood was crossed to this red cow, whose name is Mona Lisa Blanca, what would you expect to happen? What coat color would you expect, given that red is recessive? Anybody want to unmute themselves and shout it out? Not possible? Or no guesses?
Is it going to be white?
Could be white. It turns out it's even crazier than that. It's pink. So shorthorn cattle have an inheritance pattern that is called codominance. So what happens is you actually get mingling of the 2 different colors. So here I have a little blow up. You can see that this calf has pure white hairs intermixed with pure red hairs. And I just thought that was amazing. This idea that something so beautiful like coat color could be inherited in these different ways. And then the other thing that was amazing to me is that by simply observing the progeny, the color of the progeny, that scientists could figure out, without knowing what the genes are, without sequencing any DNA, they could figure out what the inheritance pattern is and the mechanisms of the inheritance pattern. So in this case, what happens is there's a second gene that has to do with how pigment is laid down. And because of mosaicism, each hair follicle gets either the gene that allows it to lay down the pigment, and then that would be a red hair, or it doesn't lay down the pigment, and then it's a white hair. But because of mosaicism, it happens randomly. So that got me really interested in becoming a geneticist. And when I talked to my teacher and asked, how do I become a geneticist? my teacher said, well, you need to get a PhD. And although I had never met anyone with a PhD, I decided in 9th grade that that's what I would do. I would go to college and get a PhD and become a geneticist. So I went to college. I told you that my scholarships were all through the College of Agriculture and Future Farmers of America. And at that time, those scholarships could only be used for an agriculture degree. So I pursued a degree in animal science, and I got a job in a lab. And it was a lab that studied the effects of stress on health, but we did so in market hogs. So here was one of my first papers out of my undergraduate research on the effects of shipping stress and social status on immune cell activity. And from there, I got really excited about the idea of understanding how stress affects immune function. And there I thought, okay, well, what I really should do is study neuroimmunology. So I decided to go to a college that would allow me to bridge disciplines like neuroscience and immunology. And I chose UT Southwestern, like Michael. And the reason I chose Southwestern for my graduate career is because they had an umbrella PhD program that had strengths in both immunology and neuroscience. And since I already had immunology background, I decided to do a PhD in neuroscience, about which I knew absolutely nothing. So coming from animal science, I really felt like a fish out of water. When I tried to rotate in a neuro lab, coming with a degree in animal science, I was actually turned down by the first 2 PIs that I approached. They didn't even let me do a rotation with them. And so I really felt, I had the imposter syndrome. I really felt like I don't belong here. And so then I approached Jim Hudspeth, who was chair of the neuroscience graduate program at the time. And here's Jim at a symposium we had to celebrate his 70th birthday. So to get to do a rotation in Jim's lab, I actually had to do 3 interviews to be accepted as a rotation student. And finally, after 3 interviews, I convinced them to take me. And just during the rotation, I was totally blown away by the group's creativity, their excitement for curiosity-driven science, and their fearlessness to tackle challenging problems with very sophisticated approaches. So I thought, okay, this is where I'm going to learn how to be an amazing scientist, because if I can be half as good as Jim and the people in his lab, I'll be in great shape to pursue a career in research. So in Jim's lab, I used electrophysiology, high-speed calcium imaging, and computational modeling to understand how free calcium concentration is controlled around the hair cells' mechanotransduction channels. These are hair cells in the inner ear. And these cells are notoriously difficult to study, but since they are in fact the most amazing cells in the vertebrate system, I became totally hooked by the excitement of seeing sensory cells convert a mechanical energy into electrical signals in real time. And by the time I finished in Jim's lab, I knew I had to stay in neuroscience, and specifically I had to stay in sensory neuroscience. But I felt that there were enough people studying hair cells already, so I wanted to take a new challenge where even less was known, and so I shifted my focus to touch sensation. And so that's how I ended up sort of single-mindedly pursuing questions in touch sensation. You've heard from Diana that, that a year ago we decided to join forces and co-direct our lab so that collaboration is one of the key tools we have in our toolbox to understand the nervous system. What she didn't tell you is how we knew that this crazy collaboration was going to work. And that is because we've been working together for 5 years or more now as faculty in the MBL Advanced Summer course, particularly the neurobiology course. And we've been co-directing this along with Mark Hammerland for the last 3 years. So MBL is amazing because it provided us with an opportunity to work together for a month every summer to see that under a fast pace and very high intensity atmosphere that we could problem solve together, train students together, and build a community that we felt was really accepting and promoted excellence. And I'll just leave this up here at the end as a plug that we hope that when MBL and every place else opens up again, that we'll be able to work in person together again, and that there are lots of scholarships available for those who would love to experience this kind of collaborative atmosphere. So I'll stop there.
Awesome. Thank you, Ellen. I hope to go to the MBL as well.
Yes, come this summer.
It's so nice. So, okay, now David. And then I'll ask you guys like 2 questions that Daniel and I came up with that we think is important for you guys to answer.
Right, can everyone see my slides? Yes?
No, we can't actually. We cannot see your slides.
Cannot, interesting. We already practiced this.
There it goes, it's working.
All right, great. It's really, really humbling to follow that particular series of presentations, and I think we could probably close it out here and feel like we've essentially touched on many of the themes that are important to the attendees here. But hopefully you're going to hear some of these themes reflected again in my presentation now. I want to thank Daniel and Carolyn for organizing this session. I know it was not an easy lift to do this on such short notice. So we're going to go kind of full circle in the sense that we started in Texas with Daniel, and then we ended in Texas with Ellen, and we're going to once again end in Texas with me. But the 3 corners of Texas, so Daniel from West Texas, Ellen from East Texas, and I'm squarely from Southeast Texas, a town called Seguin, which is notorious because it's the home of the world's largest pecan. And I'm not going to be able to explain to you why there's a 1-ton cement pecan on the courthouse grounds in downtown Seguin, but there is. And so when I tell people I'm from Texas, they often say things like, "Oh my God, yeah, Texas is so cool. I went to Austin, it was awesome." And then I say, wait a second. Texas is not Dallas and Austin and Houston. It's the 250,000 square miles of nothing in between and around these places. And I'm from one of those nothing places, well down in the Southeast. My parents were hardworking, high school educated people. They had very strong values, but unlike a lot of the other families we've heard about today, education was explicitly not one of their values. And doing well in school, pre-university, going to college was never a conversation that literally I ever had with my parents. And they weren't, and there was no antipathy to it, but it was not a value that guided our family and my progression. And as I said, we had strong values. My parents were foster parents for most of my life, and I have 2 adopted sisters that resulted from fostering experiences we had early in life. But it just wasn't education, and it wasn't going to university. So whether I was wearing a leisure suit or a cowboy shirt, you can see I've always been a dilettante fashionista, which was possible for me because my mother was a pretty accomplished seamstress. She spent she sometimes worked in commercial areas, but most of her time was spent trying to raise money by sewing for people, for weddings, mostly for quinceañeras, things like that. She could produce very elaborate gowns, and so that's what she did, and she made us our clothes in part-time. I was public school educated right through the middle of my university degree, and I guess at least in Ellen's case, she would have experienced the same thing, which is that at this time when we were growing up, Texas still used a school funding system where all school resources came from property taxes, and they stayed within the zone they were raised, which meant that if you were from a rich neighborhood, you had an amazing school. And if you came from a poor neighborhood, you had a terrible school. And that system was subsequently ruled as unconstitutional, but at the time it was in effect. And it meant the schools that I went to were truly terrible. There was essentially no property tax revenue from these broad swaths of rural Texas, and it affected the experience that we had there. despite living in a low socioeconomic status, our family was one of the lower ones. I was always a free lunch or reduced lunch kid. And expectations in the schools were just very low. And I can tell you, probably of all the experiences I had in K through 12, one of the top 5 I remember very well was meeting with a high school counselor the spring before, when I was in 8th grade, the spring before we went to high school. She asked me what I wanted to do, and I said I thought I wanted to go to college and potentially be a biologist. And she said, what college do you want to go to? And I said, well, maybe I want to go to the University of Texas, because that's, of course, our big institution of Texas. And she literally said to me, it's always good to have a plan B. And, and that was realistically the level of expectation that essentially guided, my school experience. And that, of course, of everybody around me. But I found my way to be interested in nature and ultimately in science. And it really all came down to this show that was on TV in the late 70s and early 80s, which was Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom. It's entertainment, it's not science, but entertainment can sometimes get your attention. And this show really made me appreciate the complexity and the diversity of the animal kingdom and of biological sciences. And that entertainment was enough to make me read, and my reading made it clear that there was more than just entertainment here, that there was science. You could approach studying these phenomena from a scientific perspective. And I pretty quickly just became enamored with this idea that we could use science to study the natural world around us. And I have to say that this is where being a first-generation scholar actually helped me a lot, because I was so naive that I didn't even know that it was hard to become a scientist. I just thought like it's something you could do. Like the guys on TV could do it, right? But why couldn't I do it? No one told me any differently at the time. I was so naive that I didn't even know things like universities cost money and that they were predominantly designed for privileged people who already had access to this. I mean, I literally didn't know these things. I can't tell you why I didn't know these things, but I just didn't. I think most of us have this experience where you look backwards like, how did I just fundamentally not know this thing? I didn't know. And the other reason being a first-generation scholar, I think, helped me because as someone who felt different from other boys, and they perceived this too and isolated and discriminated against me, a part of me believed at that time that science was a uniquely kind of safe space that would welcome people and protect them from the kind of discrimination that happens in the world. And obviously I batted 0 for 3 on all of those things, but somehow I held on to this goal going forwards. So, as I progressed through school, I increasingly felt kind of, that it wasn't giving me what I needed. I increasingly kind of felt the isolation that was associated with being a young gay man in a conservative area in the country. And an opportunity came up, and I felt that I had to seize that. And that was that the state of Texas in my sophomore year in high school created a residential program for gifted youth in math and science that required moving 6 hours across the state to the University of North Texas to spend what would have been my junior and senior year in high school, but became my freshman and sophomore year in college. And it just seemed like it was too good to be true. And I showed the materials to my parents, and they just kind of looked at me blankly, but they didn't say no, which was an opportunity for me. So I applied, and I took the test, and I interviewed, and I got in. And I have to say, it was the first year of the program, and I think they accepted everybody who applied to the program. There was no unusual distinction, but it really catapulted me out of the circumstances I was in and put me in a learning environment that I felt I could explore the things I was not fully aware of, but I knew were out there and that I could be passionate about. It was a 2-year program, and at the end of that, the intention was that you transferred on to another 4-year school. One of the leaders of this academy was a psychologist, a professor of psychology at Johns Hopkins University who studied gifted and talented youth. And he arranged for me and a number of my cohort to transfer to Johns Hopkins University, where I finished my degree. I did receive my degree just less than a month after my 20th birthday. And so I I truly did not know what the next step for me was. I knew that by this point in time that graduate school existed and that it was probably a match for what I was interested in, but not kind of how you navigated that and how you found the right match and what was the right way to approach that. And so I took 2 years off to actually work in a laboratory while I kind of grew up and learned more about science. And this was a little bit jarring for me because my family was definitely, had kind of didn't have education as a value, but they had making money as a value. And as soon as I came back from school and I got this job, which by the way, bear in mind, I'm a lab tech, but as a lab tech, I had a salary that was better than most people in my family, including my parents. And so they said, aha, there's actually something to this, like going to college actually opens this door and then you make money and that's what's important. The problem was I kept reading and I kept studying and I quickly decided that additional training and at the doctoral level was the next step for me. And so after 2 years, I quit this job and went to grad school where I got nothing, essentially almost nothing, as a typical penniless graduate student. And this is probably the first time where my family switched from just kind of being agnostic to a little antipathetic in the sense that they were disappointed and confused that I had walked away from this. And my mother came home from her parents' house one day and told me that my grandmother said she couldn't understand why I was doing this, that I would be a stone around her neck for the rest of her life because I was making this terrible decision. But my reading in the field during this lab assistant time did, essentially show me what I wanted to do with my doctoral training. And I was really, really fascinated with and enamored by many aspects of neuroscience, but particularly the work of Pat Goldman-Rakesh at Yale, who was working on prefrontal cortex and working memory systems. And that's where I decided to apply. These are the days when email was a relatively nascent thing, and I emailed her and she emailed me back. And about 6 months later, I was enrolled at Yale as a doctoral student. And this was probably the first educational setting where I really felt that there was a dissociation between those who were privileged and belonged and those who didn't. And much like some of the other panelists, this is the first time I really felt that I had to work harder and faster and longer to compensate, to be in the same place as everybody else. And I did that. I worked very hard and very fast and very long during this period of time, and I was successful. I was successful in graduate school. I was successful in getting good papers. And what ended up happening, I think, in my mind is I ended up confabulating my value as a person with my value as a hardworking academic, and that my ability to work hard and to produce sort of started to overwhelm my sense of my value as a person, as just the person who occupies this space in the universe. I did a relatively brief period of postdoc before I started essentially testing the market for faculty jobs, and I applied essentially at the end of my first year in postdoc, I applied to 3 positions, and one of them was in the Department of Psychology at UCLA. And I was selected and I went for an interview there. And I was also walking the campus, Robert. I wasn't looking at the girls, but I was looking at the gorgeous flowering plants and the amazing campus. And I pretty quickly decided this was a place that I wanted to be. And I was lucky enough to receive an offer, and I started that job in 2000, in the latter part of 2001. And I want to be clear, I had a very successful tenure in the department from almost any measure. But once again, it came along with a lot more difficulties and a lot more challenges and a lot more hard work at all stages because of my since my background, where I just didn't know all of the ins and outs. The majority of my colleagues were from academic families. They had fathers and mothers who were famous psychologists and were in every textbook. And they knew everything about how to navigate the academic world. And I didn't. I could be successful, but I just didn't know these things. Including, for example, negotiation. I'm embarrassed to say for the first time in public that they sent me an offer letter and I just took it. I never negotiated anything. I didn't know anything about negotiation. It wasn't a terrible offer. I could have gotten more. I just accepted it. I thought you kind of did. If you were lucky enough to get in the door, you just went with it. And some of these, challenges, which included also, not really having a clear understanding of self-advocacy, not being surrounded by people who were faculty mentors that I felt could really understand the kind of unique situations that I was experiencing, really sort of furthered this sense that I was my job and that all my value as a human being came from my ability to be productive and that my sense of belonging in the university all came from that. And this also, was sort of exacerbated by the fact that, despite essentially going on this path with me for now at this point, almost 10 years, my family still didn't really understand what I was doing. And they still didn't truly understand how you could evaluate individual accomplishments and when they should really think that's special and that's not, kind of thing. And it just meant that, everything was a little bit harder. But things would get a lot harder, actually. And so in March of 2009, because my laboratory used animals as subjects in research, I was violently attacked by the Animal Liberation Front, who blew up my car parked in front of my house at 4 o'clock in the morning on a March morning, and then spent the next essentially 4 or 5 years engaged in a recurring chronic pattern of attack, of violent attack, threats of murder, threats of assassination, everything you can think about, every heinous thing you could think about. And of course, that's difficult. And I don't want to, it was a very difficult experience. But it was particularly difficult because it really threatened this whole system where I said I'm valuable because I'm a good, productive scientist. And it created separation between, that identity and myself, or it certainly caused it put stress upon it. But it also put stress on my sort of non-professional life, because at any point in time, now my friends and family were saying, any rational person would give this up. Any rational person would leave this. It's just a job, man. Like move on, kind of thing. But that's so not what our value system is, and it doesn't truly reflect kind of the complexities of our existence. And so it actually, in some ways, made my my relationship with my family harder, because they just felt they couldn't understand why I was refusing to do what they saw as such a common sense step. But like most things, adversity brought me insight, and I really had a chance to reappraise my relationship with academia and my relationship with everything else in the world around me. And I had to come to I had to come to the insights that I think we all need to have at some point in time, which is that as much as you love your job will never love you back as much. And literally, I'm more valuable in the job, and I bring more value to the job and the institution that it brings to me. And it's not fun that we have to experience adversity to have what are simple insights, but in my case, that was necessary. And it also meant that I should not accept personal and professional and financial hardships to remain in that position. One of the biggest hardships was my now husband and I lived for 5 years. He lived in Southeast LA, I lived in West LA, and we just navigated it because it was just it was a feature of our jobs and the way that things worked. And so in the end, I seriously reappraised how everything was working for me. And in 2015, I took everything that I had been forced to learn, but slowly, and I systematically proceeded to sort of recreate my life, and I negotiated the next step for myself. And that's why I am at the State University of New York system, and I'm here today. So thank you for the other participants, and thank you for the attendees, and maybe we'll move to the next phase of the discussion.
Awesome. Thanks, David. That was very cool. So I guess now, Daniel, we move to the next session with the questions. So I have one question for you guys. And this is something that I know, sometimes I have this question in my head, is was there a moment when you considered giving up? And what did you do to move forward, to get back up and just keep moving forward? And did you also have a trusted mentor that told you that this is not for you, that you should seek something else?
I mean, in terms of the giving up, for me, it was the graduate school. like right after graduate school, that I was going to continue in academia or not. Like for me, that was a big pivotal point where I was like, am I really going to go through with this? And, you know, I had heard the horror stories of a postdoc, you know, that there's so few jobs out there, like afterwards, like, do you really want to do this? Or there's the sure money here in consulting, and go off and do that and sell your soul to the devil, but you're making that good money. So that to me was like the most, probably at the crossroads in terms of what my career was going to be. But I was very fortunate that the Hai Kashishian at Yale, he helped me significantly in making that decision. And in part was his mentorship style, and something that I love to do is to mentor as well. And so that sort of, him instilling that in me, sort of, I wanted to pay it forward and to do that with others. And I saw that I could do that in this type of career. And having the option of still, if I wanted to do that money later, I can go later was something that he sort of exposed me to. So that to me was the most critical point in terms of not going to the next step.
I think there's two moments for me, one in college, one in grad school. The first was freshman year, where like it was maybe in high school, junior and senior years when I learned to study essentially. And before that, I was kind of all over the place. And I went into college thinking like, okay, like I can do this, I can study. The very first general chemistry exam I took, I got a 17 on it. And I realized like, wow, this feeling stinks. Like I thought I was good at this. And I didn't just like fail, I like tanked. So that was like a big moment of realizing like, okay, I need to not see myself as a number, and I need to not see myself as one test or one standardized test or anything like that, as encapsulating everything that is me. The second was my very first day in grad school. We were doing an awkward roundtable. It was 16 of us in my class. We were doing an awkward roundtable, and it was like, tell a fun fact about yourself. And my fun fact was that I tried to eat a 2-pound steak in high school for a competition, and then it hurt my stomach really bad and I failed at it. And then the person next to me, their fun fact was that they were 19 years old and they were a first year PhD student at MIT. And I was just like, okay, like at 19 years old, I was thinking to myself, like, am I going to go to like the ball in college or like in high school? Like, what am I going to do? Right. And really seeing someone next to me that was so much younger, I realized like in that moment, like, man, I cannot play the comparative game and look to my left and to my right and be like, but they're already so much further ahead, therefore I'm behind. It's more like, no, just march to my own beat with these things. And I really had to have a lot of tough conversations, both with mentors and family, being like, you know, why wasn't I doing that when I was 19? It's like, well, I didn't have to, because I was doing other things in other ways that made sense for me in that moment. And it was really having that kind of realization. But yeah, that first day stunk, because I remember going home to my roommates being like, well, I don't know if I really belong here because I'm not 19 kind of thing. But I had to learn to really snuff that out through conversation and support from other people too.
I'm going to go ahead and ask another. So we unfortunately only have about 5 more minutes of questions, and we got to wrap up. But there was a question from YouTube. This is also being streamed on YouTube. What is the most shocking thing that you learned about academic culture whenever you entered grad school or postdoc or your faculty? So for me, one thing I remember, this is not necessarily about the culture in general, but I remember going to grad school, and one of the first friends I made, he was a great guy, but I remember talking about our parents, and his parents both had PhDs and both worked at national labs. And that was like the first time I ever even considered that your parents could have PhDs, and that just completely blew my mind. And so that's like one thing that definitely shocked me, but I'd be great to see what you guys have to say about
it. For me, it's probably going to be not what you expect, but what I noticed and what was most shocking was the fact that nobody knows what they're talking about, right? Everybody's putting on this front, but come on, you know, and it was really like, you know, you walk in a room, like like Steve was just saying at a round table, but then if you pay attention, no, we're all in the same boat. And it was actually it's shocking, right? And it really grounds you and humbles you and puts you in a really good position to be like, yeah, I do belong, and this is something that I want to do. So everybody kind of reacted. So I guess they feel the same way.
I wouldn't use the word shocking, but on that gradient, but something that really surprised me, and I think I try to share with others as much as possible, which is that seeking out mentorship and advice at all stages of your career, by the way, no matter how old you are, is not a sign of weakness, it's a sign of success. And the most successful scientists are the ones that build and cultivate and curate lifelong relationships with people who are experts in and outside of our profession. And so, you probably have mentors that have nothing to do with your academic career. You have mentors that have to do with your academic career. And that's a sign of flexibility and success. It isn't a sign, it isn't the case that the most independent, most resistant to input person is going to succeed. It's just not the case.
Yeah, I think for me, growing up, I never knew any scientists. I didn't know any women scientists. I didn't know any underrepresented minority scientists. And I didn't as an undergrad, but I had a very small circle. And then I remember, it was pretty shocking going to graduate school and my department had no women and had no minorities. And I went to the Biophysical Society for my first meeting, and the science was awesome, but I encountered very few women and minorities. And I had this realization at many steps, like when is that going to change, right? And when is that going to be different? And how long is it going to take to not be one of a few in whatever category that is, right? And that feeling at many stages in my career.
I'd maybe add one shocking thing was when I was a postdoc. There were friends who I thought, it's difficult being having other postdocs when you're on the same job market, vying for the same jobs. That can be a little tolling on friendships, or so you think are friendships. And so one shocking thing for me was learning that people were talking about, the whole, well, he got an interview there because he's Mexican or da da da. And so that to me was where I thought these people were cool, played softball with them, had beers with them, but at the same time they're like talking behind your back. And that when I remember learning that, and I was just like seriously, like you have to go there. And yeah, there is, there people are vying for this small number of jobs, and the competition was crazy. And that was to me like, and it still gets a little at me. It's a little shocking that still happens. So that to me was my little story.
Yeah, to agree with Robert, I came from a background where, nobody came from an elite college or had ever been to an elite college, and very few people had four-year degrees in my community. And, the smartest people were all physicians. And so what was surprising to me when I got to graduate school was how much it really mattered that you had a pedigree and came from an elite university. So I saw, over and over again that students who came from an Ivy League or students who came from a famous lab were just automatically assumed to be more successful and better than those of us who came from state colleges that were not very research intensive. And so that was surprising because it was very different from my worldview, where is if you work hard that you can succeed and people will see you as successful. And it was disheartening to me to see that even in my own lab, some of my female students said that male students, that other technicians from other labs would come in and give male students credit for things that the female student had done. And so it seems like, that I would see the white men from Johns Hopkins or from Harvard would get the credit. And I thought, well, maybe that's changed in 20 years, but I'm not sure it really has.
I think it's maybe best that we just go ahead and wrap up before we get, if we stay too long, we'll get automatically kicked out. But this was great. I really enjoyed it. It was both like a balance of fun and relatable and serious and just like getting down to some real issues. And it was everything that I hoped it would be. And so I'm so happy that everybody was able to join, and I'm very thankful that you took your time to do this.
Yeah,
Caroline, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you guys. For me, you guys all are inspiration, because it's just the fact that where you guys are is where eventually I know we want to be, and just seeing that you guys were able to make it just empowers us even more and know, okay, like this is okay, like we could do this, you know, we're not in this alone. We can, you know, reach out to you guys, I'm sure, and talk to you guys about this process. So thank you so much for sharing all that. It feels good to know that, like, when your parents are not on the same boat, you know, like they're in a whole different world. And when you're studying late at night, they're like, what's wrong with you? You look, you know, like why would you, you know, why don't you go work somewhere else where you can make more money? So I totally relate on all these levels. So thank you so much for sharing, you guys. I had a lot of fun. It was fun. It was beautiful. It was like so many mixed emotions in one, and I think this is part of the first generation journeys. So it was awesome. Thank you.
Thank you for organizing this. It was also really inspirational for me, and I hope we could all get together when we're allowed to get together in person and chat and meet, and it was really inspiring.
Yeah, this was great.
Yeah, this was awesome. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, appreciate it, y'all. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks, everybody.
Appreciate it.